Welcome back, fellow scrubs. Smart D Wiz, live again with Pocket Fighter EX. And Pocket Fighter EX is a community-based game not associated with Capcom or SNK. It's by the fans, for the fans, free, all that stuff. Hey, Nothing Nexus, I see you in there. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, we're closing in. We're closing in on that net play. We got a lot of stuff, big update. I did a lot of connecting the characters and the collisions and stuff into this sort of, how do I want to explain it? The system that allows rollbacks to be possible. We'll put it that way. The game has to update in sort of like a hyperloop, and the game can do that now, so that's good. Like, not everything's hooked into it, but most of the important things are. So let me show an example. So like, game runs normal speed. Oh, Terry's fixed, by the way. All his moves work now, and he doesn't get stuck in the air anymore. So that's also a very big update. Now, some of the effects and stuff are off base, like that one, like they don't show up correctly, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Harry can do stuff again. His moves don't leave him stuck in air anymore. See, look at that. I'm back on the ground. I told you he'd get fixed eventually, and that time has come. So here I can do a test where I can increase the game speed. And the reason that it's increasing is because it's doing 2 updates instead of 1. So it looks funny because it's all like super fast, but remember that when GGPO has to resimulate, that's basically what it's doing. It's just running the game faster than intended, and it runs it, you know, like 6-7 times normal speed. That's so fast. It looks pretty funny though. Oh yeah, and then it freezes on KO because I haven't programmed all the code for the KO segment. So I've been having to redo all the programming for like the match starting and yeah, turbo mode, right? For all the, like, when the match starts and it shows, you know, like the ready, go, and the fight and all that, I've had to change that around a lot to make all this work. So the KO stuff is like in progress, and it just doesn't quite It's really hard to pull off moves in hyperspeed, though, I will say. It's not easy because it happens so fast. Like, you have to. It's so weird. Well, we can crank it up even more. I mean, you can go 3x. and it just becomes ridiculous. It just becomes unplayable, this unplayable mess. It's just so messed up. Here, let me put them back on regen life so they don't keep dying. Where is training mode settings? Life, max. I'll see it. Where is it? Health mode. Here, recharge. So let's put it on 4. Now it's really fast. Try playing like this. I mean, everything is playing, it's simulating like it was playing at 1x, it's just doing it multiple updates. So it's not like the frame data or anything changes. It just looks really freaking weird. Chat says I must have been gone for a while. Why are there 2 meters? What do you mean 2 meters? We've had 2 meters for years now. Imagine dealing with this online. What would you do? What would you do? You want to play this game? Now, this is a true masher game. Might as well throw a Vism cage in. Yeah, for real, right? But yeah, I mean, the truth is though that it's just simulating really fast. There's no difference between how the game works in hyperspeed than how it does at normal. You just perceive it a lot faster. So, but that's how it needs to be, right? Alpha 2 CC ain't that fast. But that's how it needs to be. It needs to be consistent. So the game is actually running exactly how it should. It's just been told to run multiple times per frame. And I don't know how many in editor. I don't know how many I can get before it starts to slow down. I don't know if we can get 7. It might be a little too many. Yeah, I think it's frame dropping now, but that's okay. It's only in the editor mode. In release mode, you get full total. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, let's go! What is even going on? And it's the game I want to play. Let's fucking go! Ah, what's going on? There we go, hyper mode. Let's fucking go. Alright, maybe a little too much for it. Hey, you get the idea. I thought EX moves were the level 1 supers and level 2s and max supers. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah. What's the top meter for? Well, I mean, this is life up here. Oh, I don't have my spot on, do I? Like up on the top, these are life bars, and this is your stun bar. Let's put it back to a respectable 4 here. Lag Fighter EX plus Turbo, yeah, for real. Right? But it runs surprisingly well, considering that not everything has been optimized either. But we'll have to see how everything works. I don't have the deterministic collisions in yet. And the collisions themselves take a while to process, so if a lot goes on at once, it starts to dip a little. No, yeah, the max bar has been there for years. We've had that almost since the beginning. Yeah, that's for your max modes. Yeah, it's max mode. Yeah, alright, hold on, I'm gonna turn down. I turn back to 2x. So then you can still see a difference in the characters. But one important thing here is that you notice that the background animations are playing at normal speed, even though the characters are playing at high speed. And that's because I had to separate the update loops between the characters and the backgrounds. Number one, to save some time, right? Because you don't need to process the backgrounds during a rollback or something like that. And number two, for some visual consistency. So if a rollback occurs, it won't affect the stage at all. The characters will reset and go to their positions, but the code that drives the stage doesn't have to capitulate to that. So it will never get interrupted or anything like that. I might have it roll back certain things or undo certain things. So let me think of a good example. Say if there's an event that occurs because of like a super landing or something, but that actually didn't happen. You know, I might want to roll back something like that. Like imagine if there was a crowd here, and every time you hit a super with a super, like got a clean hit, not a block hit, but like a clean hit, and the crowd goes nuts because of that. And then in the rollback, it undoes that. I might consider telling the stage to actually respect that rollback and to turn the crowd back to its normal state. You know, that might be an example of where I might want to do something like that. But I don't think that there are too many places that I would want to do something like that, right? Because you get choppiness when that happens. So like in Street Fighter V, you might have seen like the background characters like spazzing out. Like especially the sheep. I noticed it every time on the sheep on the New Zealand stage, the waterfall stage. The sheep are constantly spazzing out. They're snapping to different poses. They're going nuts. Like they're just frame swapping back and forth, and it looks really bad. So that's why I separated. Well, it's part of why I separated the stage code and the character code, so that they don't update on the same kind of loop. So the stage will update just once every time the game renders, while the characters will update as needed. And so they're sort of desynced in that way. And so that's why the characters are running at hyperspeed here. Now let me turn it up one more. We'll do 3. The characters are running at hyperspeed because we're doing the test here for multiple frame updates. But you notice that the searchlights and everything, they're all in sync. They're not going super fast. And that's really important to have that distinction there. Let's see, can I do a combo at this speed? I don't know. It's a little hard. Oh, come on. Oh, it's so hard. That's what I want to do. This, and then that. No! I don't know, maybe I could get it with stick. Oh, shit, there we go. There's something. How about that? Hyperspeed. Hyperspeed combo. It's so hard to do anything when it's so fast. But again, yeah, so this we need the ability to run it at hyperspeed in order to do the rollbacks. Because what we do is we reset time back so many frames, like say 7 frames, and then we hyperspeed update 7 frames in the span of 1 frame. So you've got to have this hyperspeed in order to correct the timeline when you do the rollback. So this is very important and very monumental that this actually works, and it works consistently and it works good. So, fast as fuck. So a lot of the other things. So you might notice like hit sparks are playing at normal speed, block sparks are playing at normal speed, because they haven't been put into the hyperloop here. I'm a little afraid of the performance implication for when that does occur, but we'll see. And so far, it's actually working pretty good. It's doing better than I thought it might be. So I'm actually pretty happy with how things are working at the moment. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Let's go. It's just so messed up. Hyper mode. Part of me actually wants to just add this in for fun. Just to see what people would do with it. Terry on roids, yeah. So yeah, we're demonstrating the game's ability to update more than once per frame. And again, that's very crucial to the GGPO, because it has to update several times a frame to do those corrections. It has to go back and it's like, okay, I need you to redo the last 5 frames because we got the input from the other character and what we predicted wasn't true, so we have to go back and rerun the game now to figure out what happened for real. And it does that by just updating a shitload of times in one span of frame. What's this? Super turbo. No turbo. This is just our hyper update test, we'll put it that way. Everybody's getting super confused, like, what is this? So, then we can just put it back to normal speed. Oh my god, it feels so slow after you've been playing it at that hyper speed. This feels like slow-mo. It actually looks like slow-mo, but it's not. It's normal speed. It just looks like slow-mo because it's been so fast. It's crazy. Hyper Fighting Edition, yeah, for real, right? When you speed up, you can't slow down. Yeah, for real, right? This feels so slow in relative to what we were just looking at that it feels like it's like normal Street Fighter 2, like without the turbo. But I know it's not. I know it's faster than that, but like my mind doesn't see it that way after all that. Yeah. just get a hyper mode. It's just hyper mode. It just updates multiple times. So I'm pleased with the performance so far, and I know there's still optimizations I can make. There's still some stuff that's either coded inefficiently or I got it working and I was like, okay, that's good enough. It works, and you know that's usually not good enough, you know, for a performance piece of code. So that stuff has been working out okay so far, and I'm a bit more optimistic about it now than I was going into it. I've been a little bit worried that it may take too much power to do all the updates, because either my code's inefficient or Unity's just kind of buggy. But I will say that it does not save or load yet, and that's going to be the real killer. The save and load state's going to be the real killer here. But I've got some ideas on how to cut down on the performance implication of that as well. But we'll have to see how that works out, because it's not implemented yet, so we don't know. Yeah, that's not what I want. But I'm very happy that Terry works again in its totality. Every single move works. No more floating in the air. No more glitching. Everything's good. I changed... Oh yeah, for this, I think I changed this now, so that there's no way that he can cross you up with it. Or let me put it this way, he won't side switch you if you're standing. But you can go over them if they're ducking. So, and it is now an overhead, so you do have to, if you are crouching, you do have to stand to do that. And then the heavy one will not hit crouched opponents at this point. And then, let's see, what else did I change with Terry? So, heavy or light charge goes into light dunk. The light charge will not go into heavy dunk. And that's how I originally intended it, but it never, I don't think it ever actually worked that way before. You can do heavy charge into light dunk, but it doesn't make any sense because it does less damage. So you just want to do the heavy. Let's see. Speaking of that, are there any moves in the game, or do you plan on adding any, that force the character to stand? Oh yeah, we've already got those. So here, I only have him crouch, and I'm gonna keep him from walking. Whoop. Here, this one. This one does. So, like this won't hit crouching. The light one will, but the heavy crack shoot won't. So you gotta stand them. Wait, hold on. Oh, wrong one. Okay, and it'll hit. Otherwise, it won't. So all the uppercuts right now, so even Ryu's like crouching fierce, and Terry's, I don't know, they call it Buster Upper or whatever. They all stand the opponent, which is important because some of Terry's moves don't hit crouching opponents. This will if you're close enough, but if you're at range, it won't. It'll go right over their head. Same thing. This won't hit crouching. What's the other ones? Is that it? This one will definitely hit crouching. Oh, I also redesigned how this works. The animation's a lot faster, so it has faster startup, and it is low invincible, like way faster than it used to be. So I'm hoping that helps kind of balance out the mediocrity that move kind of was at. So here, I'll show you what I mean, what it can be used for. So, let's see. Yeah, let me set him to all guard. Yeah. So this combo, or this combo, is a decent pressure. But the thing is, from here to here is frame trap. So if they attempted to do something, they might get hit. However, Terry's forward heavy kick has low invincibility quite early on in its animation. So he's going to attempt to do this. And see, he can go right over it. And at everything, obviously. But if you try to do something like this, he's gonna get you. Or potentially, at least. Now, I don't know. I mean, the move itself doesn't have too much reward. I mean, it is a knockdown, but I'm still a little iffy on whether or not it's that good. Because you can't power max cancel it because you jump in the air to do it. I mean, I could potentially change that, but I don't know if I want to. But where it comes in real handy here is that it's your armor move. So I don't know what Ken's armor move is. We'll just do Terry. Oh, or I'm sorry, I don't know what Ken's reaction move is, his wake up move. I think I set it to Heavy Shoryuken, which will blow through it. So armor moves in Armor Max only have one hit of armor, so you have to be careful still. See? That's where it becomes handy. I'm just not sure if it's that great of a move otherwise. I try to pick ones that have utility, you know, otherwise, but parries was very difficult to think about in that regard. Oh, that's the other thing, too. If you do happen to get hit out of it, chances are you're in an air state and you're gonna flip out, which is actually really good because a lot of combos won't work in that way. See, like that. So it may still be pretty decent. We'll have to see. See what I mean? You kind of fall out of whatever they're going to hit you in. Now there are some moves that still can juggle you. If I can do it. Like that. I mean, you could do something like that. And if you are expecting it, it is very minus. So you do have to worry about that. So here, we're going to make him try to block. Hold on, how minus is it? I think I'm just doing the timing wrong. I think it's -6. It's not showing it though. Oh my god. Did I change something by accident? Oh no. Oh no, it's like hella plus or something now. What happened? Wait, hold on. Let's just get, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's still minus. I guess I'm just not timing it right. Oh, you know what? If it's -6, then I guess this wouldn't hit. I think this is 8. There we go. That works. It's just kind of a weird timing, I guess. Yeah, it's at least -5. Most super startups are -5. I guess you just have to learn the timing. I wonder if it should be -8. It's just not that good, you know? It's just not, like, super great. You don't get much damage off of it. And, you know, it's a knockdown, sure, but it's, like, super risky because it's so minus. Like, you could eat a lot of damage, like, real quick from something like that. Oh, that would have been close to half if I had gotten all of it. It's tough to do on analog, I find. So what I'm trying to do is, well, he's not capitulating, but wow, that doesn't juggle? Oh, I bet he falls out of it too quick. That's funny. Oh, nuts to that. Oh, that'll work. It catches him before he falls. That's funny. But you get the idea. This is just kind of hard for me to do, I don't know why. At least on pad. Yeah, in the corner you can get him, because he doesn't fall away fast enough in the corner. But if he's not doing his stuff, you can do it all day. It works with any. In fact, you can do the first hit of this. This is 2 hits. First hit of this into upper, we'll let you connect that. But it's a very close range kind of combo because you get a hard knockdown out of that. Power Dunk will give you a hard knockdown without using meter. So if you want to stay on him, he's the only character right now that has a meterless hard knockdown. Well, actually that's not true. You can get one if you hit an overhead, a standing overhead from the ground. But that's hard to do. It's a very situational thing. And Terry doesn't actually have that, but he has Power Dunk, which you can use in a lot of situations, to be honest. Nope, I messed it up. Nope, not that one. Actually, yeah, you can do it out of dunk or charge. So let me try this. Nope, that's not gonna hit. Yeah, like that. And there you go. That's a hard knockdown. Like, and they can't get out of it. So you can do a lot to confirm into a hard knockdown. Well, if that worked, it would have worked. There you go. Hard knockdown. Get him. And just start beating on him. I think Terry's gonna be good also from this range. Might be his best range. Just to kind of harass, and he's got a lot of stuff that works in that area. Like this from here, that's safe. You can't do anything about that. White burn knuckle at max range, that's safe. You're like, you're hella safe. I missed it, but yeah, you get the idea. I could have done a rising tackle there. Terry's weaknesses are going to be anti-airs. His anti-air special is a charge move. And this is really his best anti-air otherwise, I think. And it's decent, but it's a little shallow. But to sort of make up for that, I did allow it to juggle. Where Ryu and Ken's don't. So if we do it like this. See, you can do that with it. Ryu and Ken cannot do an uppercut like that and then do something after. At least not without an EX. The EX kind of bends the rules. Trying to think if I can trying to think what else I can really do with it. And you can do this. I don't know if I can land fast enough to follow it up though. I mean, I guess you could do that. Oh, that didn't even hit right. It hit at the top and it just brought him down. Yeah, EX Crack Shoot's not an anti-air. It's meant to be a combo extender. Like that. Let's see, you can do confirm into Buster Wolf pretty easy. You can get it right. There. I mean, by that time in the combo, you know whether you hit or not, for sure. And if you want an extra bit of confirmation, you can always max cancel it as well. It'll also give you a little more damage too. Not too much though. I tried to rein in the just doing a max cancel and then a super. So you're a little more likely to want to do a bigger combo instead. Yeah, like that's a legit follow-up too for that. You wanna... Oh, he didn't even hit me. Hold on. You follow up like that, if they don't do some sort of reversal or whatever, they can't do anything about it. It'll be too safe. If you connect with them. I think he countered me because I fell short. But if they block it, it's safe. And if they try to attack, more than likely they'll get hit. There's really not much I can do about it. Unless I do like a Shoryuken or something off the... Even that? Yeah, that should counter it. I mean, if you're worried about that, then... I mean, you could just do that and kind of keep him at bay. But yeah, you noticed that he was able to go over it, right? And that's part of the property of that move, is to be able to go over low profile attacks. So. he's trying there. See? Especially if he blocked it. Oh, not that one. See? That's really what I wanted that attack to be like. But not every attack is low profile, so you gotta be careful. It'll kind of work like Chun-Li's heavy kick and third strike. So I'm hoping that it'll be a useful move. And maybe I overcorrected a little bit by making it like low invincible, like super fast, but I guess we'll find out when the net place happens. And if everybody's abusing it and it's really OP, then maybe we'll have to do something about it. But, you know, until that point, we'll see. I think it'll be okay. It looks cool at least, right? Just remember that it only has one hit of armor though, so characters like Ken can blow through it without using any meter or anything. Because Ken can just do his heavy Shoryuken. That one. Which, you know, you can armor the first hit, but not all of them. Not that. See, can't do much about that. Thought about maybe making the knockback a little harder, but I think it's okay. You know, 2 and you're already in the corner, so... Oh, that's right. His alpha counters are going to be, at best, they're going to be trades. And at worst, you're going to eat it. The multi-hitting attacks are really a good counter to these kind of defensive moves, but typically those kind of attacks leave you open. So you got to watch out. Oh, that's not what I want. I don't know if that's actually legit. Let's see. Nah, I didn't think so. I don't think you can get the jump in. Oh shit, maybe you can. Uh-oh. Ken Mains, you're in trouble. You're on watch now. I don't know if I like that or not. I'll make a note of it and see. Let's see how advantageous is that then? Oh shit! It doesn't say. Oh, you know what? This is actually not going to tell you what hit on punish anymore. I think. Let me try something. Yeah, no, it doesn't tell you the punish information. I guess it's only for like when you link. Like that. See the 29 here? I think what that represents, if I recall correctly. This is more of a debug tool for myself. I don't really consider it like a valid training option. But that 29, I believe, is how much hit stun or block stun was still there when they got hit with that last hit. And I thought I programmed it to tell me on what frame of recovery that they were hit on too, but I don't think it actually works that way. It would be nice to eventually have that kind of stuff, but it's a little harder to program than, and time-consuming, rather, I guess. Not so much hard, but it's very time-consuming to do those kind of things. Oh shit! Yeah, I guess you can't do that either. Okay, you gotta make sure the hit's gonna get through it. So this kind of setup would be alright, I guess. At least for the Shoryuken. I don't know if it will work on all multi-hitting moves. Ooh. Yeah, Terry's fun now that he's fixed again. Ah! I gotta get back in the groove with that one. Ah, shoot. Nah, you can do more with that. Nope, that's not good. That's negative. And there's always this. If they miss it, they're just gonna eat it, right? Oh, wrong one. Yeah, and you could always do that and get a queen a little more than 50. Or, assuming this works. Yeah. I think I actually did less damage, probably because it scaled down a little bit. Having to take a super to win the match is a player's most painful choice. I say just get that win, man. I say just get the win. Just do it. Right now, at least in the game, the meter generates pretty quickly, so it's you'll be back before you know it. Ah, I keep screwing that up. I need to do the upper. Yeah, I need to do it lower. There, like that. And remember that Shoryukens are not low invincible, so you can harass with some projectiles. The projectiles that go along the ground, like Terry's Power Wave and Iori's Ground Wave and stuff, I made that kind of a natural counter to Shoryu's. So even if they try pulling one of those out, they can still get hit. Ah, come on. And that is completely safe. So you can do all sorts of shenanigans with. Well, not that. There. Power Wave EX is safe on block. I'm assuming someone deleted the bot message. That's what you're talking about. I saw a bot message come through. Yeah, the mods are on duty. Watch yourself. Yeah, exploring Terry's stuff is kind of fun. I'm still a little on the fence about how I feel about Power Stream. I've been thinking about changing up how that works. No bots other than the AI I haven't put in yet. There's very limited AI. One get hit, do thing. That's all we've got. At least for now. We'll get there. We'll get there. Ah, the problem I have with Power Stream is that its requirement in Power Max. You have to be in Power Max to do it. And you have to have 3 bars. It makes it very situational that I'm not sure you'll ever... Well, that you'll never be able to use it, but the use will be very limited. The problem is, and that on its own is fine, the problem is if you ever pop Power Max and you have full meter, why would you ever use this instead of just doing Power Stream? Power Stream does more damage. At least I'm pretty sure it should be doing more damage. Let's see. Oh, he fell out of it. I gotta fix that. Yeah, Power Stream does more damage. And it definitely does more damage than Buster Wolf. That's the one that does least damage. That's true. The other options do have corner carry. Well, yeah, Buster Wolf has a lot of corner carry, right? And that's good. But I feel like mainly between these, it just seems like you would want to use Power Stream instead. I don't know, but yeah, right. It does give them to the corner better. It does have limited range, but I also feel it's kind of weird that Terry's Power Max move, the only thing that changes in Power Max is unlocking that it's only level 3. I mean, you're right on top of them here too, especially if you use it in the corner. Of course, I suppose you're on top of them completely if you're in the corner. The other advantage of this is if you get a grab, it OTGs. It doesn't do nearly as much damage when it does that. But if you're trying to close a round out and you've got, you know, you've got full meter, like you can do that. Easy fix, make it unblockable, Sakurai style. I don't know, it just feels a little strange that his only move can only be used with like 3 bars. And as far as pure damage goes, you would prefer it over the others, but I don't know. But I'm not really sure what else to give Terry, you know what I mean? Like, what else would he have in Power Max? I've considered making a level 2 and a level 3 version, but I think that just exasperates the it's better than the other supers in terms of damage. So, I don't know. I thought maybe reducing... yeah, drop it down a bar. I would have to make a level 2 version for it. You couldn't keep the level 3 damage with the level 2. And that would make the situation worse. If it only cost 2 bars but did level 3's worth of damage, then you'd never use the other supers in Power Max. There'd be no reason to. You want to save that meter, right? I thought about 2 things. Either one, and I don't like doing this, because I don't like it when Street Fighter V does this, but if only a couple characters have it, it might be okay. In that, when you pop Power Max, you just get a use of it. And it doesn't do the damage quite like it does now, but you just get a use of it. And once you use it, Power Max goes away. So it's kind of almost like the way the Shin Ryuken and the Kokosho, I think, is what it's called for Chun-Li, how those work in Street Fighter V. They are, you know, V-trigger supers, and this would just be a max mode super, but I don't like the way that works. I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing, so part of me doesn't want to do those in general. But if he's like the only character that does that, I don't know, maybe it might be okay. And the other thing I was thinking about is, what if Power Stream, either in combination with that last idea, or just it just uses meter, what if Power Stream is just kind of like a juggle tool instead? You know? What if, like, it's only 2 bars, but when it happens, it bounces them up so high that you can just, you know, juggle a little bit off of it? Like, maybe that'd be a cool? And it can still keep its OTG properties, so you can OTG and juggle after, and that might be kind of neat. And maybe that'll make up for the fact that it's now only a level 2 and doesn't do quite as much damage. And that'll leave Power Geyser and Buster Wolf as the heavier hitting attacks. They just won't have quite the same utility as Power Stream would. So that was the idea I was kind of leaning toward. At the very least, you know, changing the way that the properties like that work. And I think at that might be alright. Because the chances are of you not having meter when you go into Power Max is kind of slim. You know, you're either going to have already a bar probably when you get in there, or once you're in Power Max, you can easily get those 2 bars and then use it. You know what I mean? I think that would be the preferable way to go. But, yeah, well, geez, I'm trying to think if there'd be an easy way to prototype this right now. If we could just see what it looks like if we do that. Let's look at Terry's files. The Power Stream's a little different. It's programmed a bit differently than other attacks, so this might be a little difficult to do all at once, but where is... Or did I just called it Max Super, didn't I? Yeah, I just called it Max Super. Okay, yeah, it's got a loop. Was that a busy flag? Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Where's the sprite here? Actually, it's kind of uneven. I feel like the sprite should be in the middle here. Yeah, maybe. But either way, let me just copy the sprite to the end here so we can get rid of this busy flag. And, is it even used? Yeah, it was on the top. Oh, okay, yeah, the hitbox was actually keeping it at the end, I think. Yeah, I don't think we need to copy that sprite. Usually I do that to make sure the timeline stays at the end, but we've got a hitbox here that's keyed on the last bit to do that, so that's okay. So the idea is we would want this to only loop so many times, and I think that's done in code. And then the end here, well, also has a busy flag. Yeah, the end here we'll have to truncate. We'll have to make it smaller so that you can do an action after. So we'll have to copy that animation and change it. Yeah, this might be doable. I'm going to change the startup on this. Because this is going to have to be a little faster. You know what would be really dumb? Giving you an option to turn Power Stream into an air command throw like Vegeta's Hyper Dimension Super? Oh no! No! No, 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 no! That would be so fucked! Can you imagine? That would be way too fucked. Dude, nobody would be able to figure it out. I mean, I could even put it on the wiki and people just wouldn't get it. They'd be like, wait, what? And then now Terry has a command grab. You're just running along and some Terry main just starts running all over you. Well, here, the other implication I'm thinking of, if it remains a super move, remember that super moves cancel max state. So if it's a super that juggles, you could go into max and use it, and then it would end your max mode, and then you would be able to go into another max mode. Now you wouldn't have enough bar necessarily to pull off another one, I think. But you'd be able to do a double max mode super or combo. I don't know if that's good or not. Now, legitimately and honestly, Ryu does have one though. But it is pretty situational. And I mean like a combo that, you know, it's not like you waited for max mode to like half expire and then you went and did a thing, you know, because with some characters, some of the combos are long enough that you can do that, right? But Ryu actually has a legitimate double max option, and it's because you use... Oh, you know what? It's because I already had Kakufubatsu on. In training mode, Kakufubatsu automatically activates. So if you don't have Kakufubatsu, you can cancel. Like you can still do stuff after, right? Once you do that, and since Kakufubatsu is a super, the activation part, it ends your max mode. And I chose that as opposed to when you use it. So when you use it, I didn't want that to end your max mode. That would cause way more problems, I think, than the activation doing it. But the general idea is that when you use a super, your max mode's gone. And that goes for armor as well. Because you're kind of like, you're using all your power, and it's too much and it destabilizes. So you can legitimately use it. If I could do it at all here. To get back into max mode. Like, you can do that. The question is, should Terry also be able to do it, or is this just a really nuanced thing that Ryu can do? Because it's not super advantageous, like, to be completely honest. You are spending 2 bars to do it, and yeah, sure, you could utilize it in the combo, but I think the scaling takes effect at that point hard enough where it's not, like, super advantageous. It might only be a style thing. But in Terry's case, it would literally be programmed to be a thing. Like, it would be the expected use of it in some ways, right? It would take too much time and too hard to do. Well, in terms of difficulty, you can't think about it like that, because the really good players are gonna figure out how to do it, even if it's really hard, right? I think you can do it in the corner too if you do. Hold on. Wait, is Profiler on? Yeah, Profiler's on. I was gonna say it's lagging a little bit. And it's actually really good. We had the Profiler on the entire time, and that's like an analyzing program. The fact that it was performing as well as it did while that was going, because this sucks a lot of juice out of the game to pull that information. The fact that it was going as good as it was when we were doing the test earlier, it's actually pretty telling. I don't know if you can get it there. I'm not sure if there's enough airtime to do that one. Oh, it's super hard to do on analog, though. So maybe I'm just not doing it right. Oh. Oh, I had it already activated. Oh, God. Stop. Ah, it's so hard to do, though. It's so unnatural to do a double down backward Ryu. It feels so weird. But... oh, no, I missed. It took the max cancel. I didn't input it right. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, Jesus. My thumb just can't do it. Maybe from the other side. Let's try that. Maybe that'll work out better. Ah. Yeah, that definitely works a little better. Nah, he was way too far out of the corner for that. Oh, shit. My thumb slipped off the thing for that one. I gotta get the Shoryu to activate before I start slamming on the Power Max command. Because it will take the Power Max over it if you're mashing it. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh yeah, you can do it. Yeah, it works. Wait, no, yeah, if you already have it activated, you could oh, that's not gonna work. That would have took too much meter. Okay, yeah, wait, hold on. You can do it this way. Let me maximize it too. Be a little easier to see. Oh wait, no, I gotta use the KF before you get into max mode. Shoot. What was I gonna do there? Yeah, okay, hold on. This way. I messed it up. No, that's not gonna work. Because Teshin takes... this move, Teshin takes a bar, but we've already used a bar, so we can't do that. We'll have to do... Ah! Okay, hold on. Greasy Gamer thumb on a Greasy Gamer controller. Not working out. Okay, here we go. Get some grip now? No, not quite. Hold on. There we go. A little better. Oh, much better. Okay. Oh, shit. I want to do Shoryu after. Ah! Oh, shit, that's not what I want. I don't... Yeah, because you can't do it out of... I specifically programmed it so that you couldn't activate that super out of Ishin. you can't do that. So we gotta keep doing the power max, because that would be the better thing to do normally. It would be to use the power max right away, at least so far. But yeah, see, that won't work because they're already on the ground. Oh, now we got the double down back issue again. Yeah. See, you could do this. You see what I mean? So there, you can use it. You can use it with Ryu. It's a little weird, but you can still do it. Now, I mean, the chances of you having 3 bars and Kaku Fubatsu is really slim, because again, it takes 2 bars to have activated already, and it doesn't travel rounds, so you've got to make back that bar and then do all the crazy horse shit. Which, you know, I mean, it works, but I smell infinite. You can use the low punch air Tatsu for quite the effect. You can do a lot with it. You can definitely do a lot with it, and that combo wasn't even all the hits you could do with it, I think. You can get stuff off you can juggle them from the ground and stuff, but it's definitely not an infinite. There's only so much you can do. They have to be so far off the ground already to even do that kind of thing. To see this ends way before you can do anything with it. So they have to already be off the ground in order to juggle with it. I don't think you can even do it here. No. So you can't even use the X Tatsu to start up the loop again. You can do it with... Should be able to still do it with this. Yeah, you can do it with that. I mean, one of the things you might even want to do is end your combo like that if you don't have an EX or something to keep going. It's a good... Doing that, it's pretty good damage. And you can get into other things too from that. See, you could do it twice. That's definitely Ryu's loop. Or at least the unless I've not noticed another one, that seems to be Ryu's primary loop. If you want to do some stuff like that. Once you get them in the corner, like you can do quite a few of them. Oh. Yeah, you won't be able to normally do that because that was full of a dizzy and the EX bar regenerating and all that. So that's training mode only. But you get the idea that Ryu's pretty powerful, though. You know what I mean? As long as you've got meter, he's got a lot of good options on what to do. I have a feeling that most players are going to spend... They're going to put Ryu in the back, so that typically you'll... Like an anchor or something, and typically you'll enter the round with meter, and they'll immediately double down back into Kakufubatsu, and then they're going to go on their way and start building back that meter, and then they're either going to use it when Terry tries something, or when the opponent tries something, and they're going to parry something. Or they're just going to use it as the offensive cancel and just start going ham. It's kind of refreshing to see Ryu as a combo character. Yeah, a bit. I tried to make it so that Ryu's basics were... You know, he's still basic on his normal stuff, but you have the option to start doing things that are a bit more interesting. You know, everybody's got their combos in the game, but I think Ryu without meter is a bit more on the traditional side. You know, you playing your footsies and stuff, but once... This is how I interpret Ryu as a character. Once you make an oopsie, that should be Ryu's time to shine. Once you make an oopsie, Ryu should be the punish character. That, oh, you done goofed? Okay, well, guess what? That's where Ryu's gonna capitalize the most on this kind of thing. Oh, if I can get the... See? Like that. He's got meter, he can do a lot of big punish. And then he can force you into situations that make you want to do an oopsie. So, not only does Denjin knock down, but it will guard break. Hold on, let me set him to guard. It will guard break and fully charge it. Oh, that wasn't why I wanted to do this. Yeah, if you're close enough, you can get like an elbow in, and then you can link that into this, and then, you know, do that, and then you can go all the way to that if you've got meter. And the threat of all this is really high, so you're going to want to make an oopsie, and then when you do make an oopsie, it's over. You know, you've done goofed. You know what I mean? Because Ryu's personality is that way. He's the quintessential fighter. He's very disciplined. So he's going to be looking for your mistakes, and he's going to capitalize on that. Like that's just how Ryu is, you know? So that's what I built that foundation on. He's going to prepare himself. Clinic by Dr. Oopsie. He's going to prepare himself for when you're going to make a mistake. And that's what the Kakufubatsu is all about. you activate it, and that's preparation. You're holding that energy and waiting until they do an oopsie. And that's when you strike. You know? Boom. You've stored up all that energy, and now you can unload, and it's time. And of course the dungeons have high stuns, so it's a big threat. You can't just idly do it. And furthermore, with the dungeons, if I can, hold on, let me knock them. Nope, I did it too late. You know what? Let me do it like this. Let me take him out of guard. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it this way. Nope, too late. You might have saw that you can backdash out of it. You can fake him out. It's too slow for that. Here, let's do it this way. Oh, not far enough. Man, that attack's pretty good for Terry. You think he's gonna backdash? Let's do that. Here, let me do it this way. See? He thought I was gonna hit him with the unblockable, but he was wrong. And instead... Oh, Jesus, wow, that actually countered the Jodan. That's funny. Alright. And then instead, I went in for the punish. You know, you could do stuff like that. Terry's CD looks pretty OP. Kind of. It doesn't do that much damage. And it doesn't lead to anything. You can't Power Max cancel it. It only leads to a knockdown, which is good, sure, but it's nothing like phenomenal. It's not like Ryu could turn that into something though. You know what I mean? Yeah, actually, if he... Oh. I think that'll hit, right? Yeah, that'll hit. So see, like, Ryu's got some better options with similar moves. But Terry can't Power Max cancel it to make it safe. Like, Ryu can make that safe. If Terry decided to block it, you could still make it safe. But what it is good for is... like if you're trying to do that block string, there's a gap between this. It's a frame trap, which is good except for when you're fighting Terry and he just goes over. I'm still thinking about the move and I want to see how that performs, you know, in some real matches before I think about doing it otherwise. See, the other thing, that's Terry's armor move. Every character gets one move that gets armor when you go into armor max. So armor max is the other side of power max. It's the other max mode. So every character has one of these where they can start tanking a hit on it. It's only one hit. And yeah, Ryu Shoryuken is pretty invincible, so it's a little tough to catch that one. A lot of times he'll just be out of range before you finish. But any multi-hitting moves will blow through it. And you also have on block, you have your alpha counters. Of course, Ryu is pretty good against Terry, I guess. His alpha counters don't do much for Ryu. Oh, there. It caught there. I guess it was just the right range. Now, I don't know if I'm going to keep it this way. I just kind of did it as a lark at first. It was kind of a joke that Power Dunk would be his alpha counter, but it does make a lot of sense because Power Dunk, it would be really advantageous because Power Dunk is a hard knockdown. And now you can just, you've got free reign. Ah, come on. Nope, not that one. See? And Shoryukens are not, the normal ones are not invincible low, so you can do some stuff with it. Oh, sorry, wrong one. It's the holding back one, there we go. So I think it'll be alright. And then the other alpha counter, the Burn Knuckle one, is kind of like if someone throws a projectile at you and you're like within this distance and you alpha counter it, you can totally hit them out of it, as long as it wasn't like an EX that has low recovery or something. But just like if they throw a Hadouken at you and you're like right here, you can power max that and or armor max alpha counter it and hit them out of it. All characters have 2 of them. Some are more effective than others, depends on how much focus they have as defense as a character. Wouldn't Crack Shoot be better alpha counter instead of Burn Knuckle? Maybe? But would it look as cool? I don't know, I guess the thing is that Burn Knuckle will give you higher damage though. Because it's one hit, where Crack Shoot would have to be close to get all the hits. You'd only get the very last hit off of it. Which could be a decent counter measure. It could be like, you know, a decent level of nuance where it's like, oh, if you use it close up, then you get all the hits, but if you use it far away, you only get 1 hit. The other thing is that Burn Knuckle knocks down, and Crack Shoot doesn't. So it definitely pushes the momentum in your direction, because you'll have a chance to do it. Like Ken's 2 are his Shoryuken, and his heavy kick. The heavy kick doesn't knock down, so, and it's got frame advantage in a way that you can probably get something else off at that point. It's really, yeah, Terry, hold on, let me change Terry's move here for a second that he retaliates with, just to kind of exemplify what it might actually be used for. I mean, it's all theory right now. It's hard to play with other people because without the net play, you know, you'd have to use something like Parsec, and that's not very good. And so if we do Terry, yeah, let's do the heavy punch. Terry heavy punch. Let's try that. Are you gonna do that? Yeah. So, let me set him to Gardol. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. And then if... Oh. Ah! Yeah, and then do that, and then maybe like do that after, because this is his armor move, is this one. Which is actually decent in the corner, because you can, whoa, wait, he actually collided with that? That's funny. And you can get something in the corner with it, but if you do it with, we do it like this. Oh shit, I'm doing it too quick. Come on. Yeah, like that. Then the next attack is gonna potentially, you're gonna counter it with your armor. That's the idea behind that one. Let's I think you're, I don't know if you're at 0, or if you're at +2 or something like that in that situation. Certainly not showing it because it's I'm not getting yeah, I think you're like +2 or +1 because Terry's punch there starts up at 4 frames, I think, and it starts at 3. Well, it could still be 0. It would still beat it. Yeah, like this one, the Shoryuken's definitely the get off me one. Because that will hit almost anything that's coming in on you. This one's okay, but it will miss people in the air. So you have to, if you were to jump in on him, and he did the kick, it might not hit. Depending on the situation. So I tried to keep them in mind that like one might actually be used for offense. So if you're in the corner here, like to keep them kind of on their toes, like the best idea might just to be to use this one, you know? And then counter whatever they've got coming in. So like you do that and then, oh wait, let me get him out of guard. Like you do something like that, and then just, and you just keep them in there. You know what I mean? Where if you're out and about, you know, you might want to do that. Or if you're in the corner, more importantly, you might want to do this one and then roll out or something else. Because this one's not going to get you out of the corner. Wait, that one can get you out. I don't know if you could super jump out after, maybe. That's probably not safe. I assume if he did a rising tackle, that might have caught me. But you get the idea. They've each got their different purpose. And then Ken's armor move is likewise a... you know, it's good to get you out of the corner a bit. It'll get some distance there, but if you're in the corner, then you can do a follow-up. And you can do it without the armor too, but, you know, it's a little safer with the armor. You know, you can do some stuff. How many buttons will the game use? 4. So just like the Neo Geo Pocket Color games, you will have a heavy punch, heavy kick, light punch, light kick. So it's SNK style in that regard. And that's for 2 reasons. One, because that's how the Neo Geo Pocket games were. That's obviously the inspiration here. But the other reason is because I would have to draw a lot more animations to get 6 buttons. So I think it works out either way. I think in general, and this not necessarily so much for Street Fighter or King of Fighters in general, but for fighting games in general, I think 6 buttons is a little too much in some ways. Like, it's cool to have, like, no, for real. I mean, it's fine. It's cool to have, but I think a lot of times you'll get a lot of moves that just don't get used. Because it's hard to make every single move do something unique and useful. And typically you've got like one button that like covers a certain range, and that like it's good, and you just want to use that a lot. You know? Where it's like, oh, well, maybe standing medium kick's just not very good for Ken, you know, and people don't use it. And I think a lot of moves go to waste in that regard. So from a design perspective, they're somewhat arguably not so useful. They're neat that you have 6 buttons, but when you have all these command normals and all this other stuff, I feel like 4 buttons is pretty okay. If you absolutely need a punch and kick a difference between punch and kick. I think 4 buttons is fine. Because you can do command normals. Like, we get crouching medium kick, but it's just a command normal now. You know? You can still have that move. I mean, who really uses, like, standing medium punch on most characters? You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like never used. So who cares? Most people use heavy punch or jab. So you don't really need it. Just don't bother with it. I think if you want to have the low, medium, high strength, because there is a valid design strategy to having a light, medium, and heavy instead of just having a light and a heavy. You know, some games do very well with that, and that's fine. That's why I think people like the 6-button layout, because they want a light, a medium, and a heavy, and there are different uses for those types of moves. There's just so many of them with 6 buttons that many of them don't get used, but it doesn't mean that the light, medium, heavy is bad. But if you're gonna do that, I would do it like under Night and just have 1 button for each. Light attack, medium attack, heavy attack. And then you can use Toshigeki. You can use the directionals to get more moves if you need them. You can just use command normals like this. You know what I mean? That voice clip haunts me. I don't know. I don't know how bad it really is. I don't play Scribe, so. Oh, is he really getting beat out? I thought that would be. Oh yeah, I'll say that should be. That should be +0. So I'm just not doing it with the right timing. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I started thinking that after playing CVS that missing the buttons didn't make a difference. I think people lament the loss of the medium attack with the 4-button style, and that's completely defensible. I understand that. Have a good one, Wendy. Thanks for showing up. But if you're gonna do that, you can just use 3. And the other benefit of that is that you're not tying attacks to specifically punch or kick. So, I mean, you can get over it fairly easily enough, but the fact that, like, Balrog and Dudley do punch attacks on kick buttons is a little weird, like, right? It is a little strange. You can eliminate that difference and just say there's 1 light attack, 1 medium attack, and 1 heavy attack. And they could be anything. They could be punches, they could be kicks, they could be weapons. And it's a little more intuitive from a control standpoint of you're classifying the attack based on purpose and not necessarily based on, like, what limb it comes off of. Yeah, JoJo's 3 buttons too. Yeah, well, yeah, plus the stand button. But yeah, the attack buttons are 3. Yeah, and Dragon Ball FighterZ, same thing. Yeah, and I think that works fine. Like, that's okay. It's more important that it's a light attack than it is important that it's like a punch. So if I were to make a fighting game where it had light, medium, and heavies, I would just do 3 buttons. I wouldn't bother with 6. Because again, look at Tatsunoko versus Capcom, I think is that way, right? There are only 3 buttons. And if you want to get certain command normals as the other moves, that's fine. So in the case of Tatsunoko versus Capcom, what they did is that I think the heavy button was just the heavy kick for Ryu. I think it was just heavy kick. But if you held down forward and did it, then it would be the uppercut. But it's all on the same button. You know what I mean? So, well, I mean, we don't have chain combos here, but you would run up, you would do that, and then if you held down and forward, then you would cancel into that. So you can do a lot with command normals and 3 buttons. I really don't think you need 6 buttons. I think for Street Fighter you need 6 buttons, but the reason for... Oh yeah, Marvel 3 too, right? But the reason that Street Fighter needs 6 buttons is legacy. You just don't reduce the button count, because people will just get mad because you went from 6 to 3. Gameplay-wise, you don't lose that much nuance, I think. In Street Fighter, it's a little more arguable because you have more situations and it's a slower game and it's more about space control and footsies. So having multiple variations on light attacks could be very advantageous depending on what situation you're in and all that. But I think generally for most games, it's not something that you need to worry about because you can just add command normals and that usually is enough. But again, I wouldn't reduce Street Fighter off of 6 buttons because legacy reasons. You just don't screw with that. That's just Street Fighter's thing. It has 6 buttons and you don't mess with that. But if you're going to make a new game, that's fine. That happened when CVS 1 launched. People didn't like the 4 button. Exactly. Yep, and that's, I'll say, the proof's in the pudding. You can tell because it did happen. And everybody lauds CVS 2 because it's got 6 buttons. I mean, it's got, you know, more stuff in it in general. But even though CVS 1 is arguably the game with the better presentation and stuff, and CVS 2 cut back on some of that, people still like playing CVS 2 because they got 6 buttons, you know? And that's fine. There's definitely an argument to make there that if it is a Street Fighter game, or Street Fighter is involved, that 6 buttons should be on the table. And that's fine, and I completely understand that. Like I said, if I was in charge of Street Fighter, I would never take the 6 buttons away. It would be kind of blasphemous in a way. But for this project, we're basing this off SNK's version, which had 4 buttons. So this being sort of an extension of that, you know, kind of a, I wouldn't say like a sequel, but it following in the same vein with a similar art style and all that stuff. We just take the 4 buttons from that and then go with it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're just different ways to get similar things. Chat says, I think it's curious how well the Marvel players accepted 4 buttons. Apparently they didn't at first. I was never around in the arcades because, well, we didn't really have any here, unfortunately. So I don't know what, like, firsthand what the public reception was, but Max actually just talked about this, where he's like, when Marvel 2 came out, they were calling it the baby game because it only had 4 buttons. So it was a baby game for babies, and only babies would want to play it. But then, yeah, spiritual successor, sort of. I would say Pocket Fighter EX is not necessarily a spiritual successor to those games because they're using the same characters and like the same graphics. A spiritual successor, I think, would be like Pocket Rumble, in a way, is a spiritual successor. Because I have they literally lifted the art style, which I don't know if I agree with that 100%. I think it's one thing to make a homage like that, but to literally copy the art style and then like use that in a product that you sell, I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. But the idea is pretty similar, right? You know, it's that, hey, we want to do that chibi style, retro looking fighter. And so that's a spiritual successor, I would say. Where this is just kind of like just a fan game, I guess. Where I live, the SNK arcade scene was pretty SNK oriented, so people didn't mind the 4 buttons. Yeah, I can see that. The transition is a little better there. It's already that. But yeah, apparently Marvel 2 kind of had like an initial bad rap with the 4 buttons. And honestly, I had the same sort of reaction. I was a little bummed that there weren't 6 buttons. I was like, that's kind of weird. Why would they do that? That's stupid. But I totally understand now why they did it. Because they wanted those assists to be accessible really quickly. And it worked out. People got over it and realized that it was really crazy and that they didn't need the 6 buttons. Now, I think, and honestly, part of what they did, though, was kind of eliminate medium attacks. And that's the part I think that bugged people the most. You didn't see much pushback on Marvel 3. Because again, you had those 3 buttons, but you have the light, medium, and heavy. You still have them. Where Marvel 2 was kind of like, Well, we've got light attacks, and I think if you hit light twice, you got the medium. It was something like that. But you couldn't just throw a medium out there. You had to use a light or a heavy if you were just doing the initial engagement. As far as I'm aware, I'm not a big Marvel 2 player. But if I recall correctly from back in the day, like if you hit punch twice, and I think that the move actually hit. It had to actually hit, and then like the second hit would be like the medium or something like that. So that you could do, I think you could do light, light, heavy, and it would connect. It was something like that. Where if they approached it like Marvel 3, where they give you a light, a medium, and heavy, but on 3 buttons, I think there would be a little less complaining. I think there would still be some initial kind of like, oh, that's weird, they took 3 buttons away. But you still have your light, your medium, and heavy, and then they'd like, I think they'd instantly forget about it once they started playing. But the fact that they went from 6 to 4, but still kept the punch and kick variant, like that's just weird, right? The close light used the medium buttons. Wait, the close light used the medium buttons. Okay, wait. I guess I don't understand. It sounds like, that explanation sounds like to me it's like works like a proximity. So if you're close enough, it just does the medium attack, but otherwise it does the light attack. But the light attacks are so low range, why would that be the case? When you hit light close to the character, then it's the medium? That's weird. The medium attacks are usually longer range, wouldn't it be the other way around? I don't know, well whatever. Anyway, Marvel, I'm not a Marvel 2 expert. Marvel 2 is a little goofy like that. But I think people accepted the transition to Marvel 3 much easier. Because you still had the same concept of the 6 buttons, you just kind of condensed them into 3, and just into the light, medium, heavy. SVCKS Dimitri has all of his mediums as unique moves on top of his already unique moves. Yeah, in SVCKS. Yeah. And that's where I got the idea to do the crouching menu kick is just down back heavy kick. That was from SVC Chaos. And oh, and the crazy kicks. I have all 3 crazy kicks. It's just one is done by hitting both buttons, both the kick buttons. And I believe SVC Chaos had that too, because we were researching it, trying to figure out, you know, what to do with that. And I believe we pulled that from SVC Chaos, where you just do the motion with both kicks, so it's like an EX version, so to speak. But it's not an EX move, it's kind of like a command normal-ish. Ken's crazy kicks are weird. They're like specials, but not specials at the same time. They don't have priority of specials, but they've got the command of one. But that's fine. And that worked out good. So I merged the a lot of ideas from Crazy Kicks from all the different games, the ones that they showed up in. And that was my #1 priority. When I did Ken, I'm like, we need to bring Crazy Kicks back. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do them, but that's my goal. I want Crazy Kicks to come back because we haven't seen them in a long time, at least in any prominent, meaningful way. And I think, I don't know, they're just cool, and people have kind of like forgotten about them, right? Let's see, how hard is it to differentiate Ken from Ryu? You mean like design-wise? Because this plays into it. That was the other thing. Ryu never had anything like Crazy Kicks. And that was another reason that I wanted to add them, because they were a very Ken unique thing. So like special moves, you can cancel them off of other moves that can cancel. But unlike special moves, they don't have special priority. They're just heavy moves attached to a cancel window and a command. I feel like when you have a lot of Shotos, it's kind of hard to make them unique. Yeah, well, okay, so... Ryu never needed Crazy Kicks. He just has plasma. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. So, in Pocket Fighter EX specifically, I took some notes from Street Fighter V. So like Ken's EX Tatsu in air dives in. So Ryu doesn't have that at all, right? That's one major difference. And then you have his grounded EX Tatsu. You know, knocks him up in the air. I pulled that from Marvel, so that's his Marvel Tatsu, where he hits him down at the end and stuff. Now, Street Fighter V did something similar, but the inspiration for this one was Marvel, especially because he spikes him down at the end. And the idea is that gives him a hard knockdown too. So at least gameplay-wise, there's a big difference there. I tried to differentiate it like that, and then the crazy kicks were the other thing that I wanted to do to make them pretty different. I mean, you still got Hadouken, you still got Shoryuken, you still got Tatsu. I pulled a Street Fighter V Tatsu as well to kind of help differentiate that. But the crazy kicks were one of the big ones. Just Ryu just doesn't have them. Like, he doesn't have anything even comparable to him. It's like a completely unique Ken thing. And it's just so weird that they've kind of disappeared. Because it feels like they started to add those things into to differentiate them, and then they just kind of like, they disappeared, right? So you've kind of got this like different Ken, this sort of amalgamation version of Ken. See, now here's the other thing with the crazy kicks. Like, sure, they work and they're fine, and that they can work on their own, but you can work with them together. You can chain them in specific combinations. I didn't find them particularly too hard to balance. Of course, I don't know if they're a little too OP, but at this point, we'll find out when people get their hands on the game, right? But I merged a whole bunch of ideas. One, I wanted them to be actual commands. They had to be like half circles and stuff. But I removed the different commands from them so they weren't too complicated. So like this one is not, it's not the forward to down kick. It's just a half circle. They're all half circles. They just use different buttons. I want to make them a little more consistent with how you do them. Super Turbos aren't very good. No? I don't know much about Super Turbo. I know they look cool though. They're mostly relegated to funny, weird engine shenanigans and overheads. Well, that's the other thing. These do have the overhead. I don't know how. Let me turn off his wake up. I don't know how useful they'll be in this game, but you can do the overhead on each one of them. Hold on. Let me just make them auto guard everything. Oh. So you can do those. They're not safe, but you can do them. If they're crouching, you might be able to like freak them out a little bit because the animation changes pretty quick. I thought that might be a thing. So if they're crouching and you don't pop them up, then you could potentially use this to sort of like fake them out. Both that and the well, I guess the Ryu kick version, they both won't hit crouching characters. But this one will. The light one will. The close swing kick sometimes does a ground cross up on wake up. Oh my god, that's fucked up. That's messed up, man. So where I'm going with this is that I pulled sort of like all the ideas from all the times that they've showed up and gotten them to do other things. So let's see, no, I don't want that one. Let me stand it back up. So here, this target combo, you can target combo them from the light to the heavy, or from the light to the, well, you could call it an EX, but it's not like an EX move. But the command is with 2 kicks. And the idea for that actually came from Street Fighter V. It was one of Ken's target combos is actually just the crazy kicks as a target combo. He does a very similar thing. He hits him with this leg, and then he comes back with it. And he basically does this as like a target combo. or like a unique move or whatever the fuck it is in 5. But the thing was, is you could special cancel out of it. I saw people do it, and then they would do a Hadouken after. So I was like, well shit, why don't we add that in to make them a little more useful? So they're not just normals that you use, but you can actually use it for combos like this. And I thought that was pretty cool, so I kept that. And you could do supers and everything, so... Because now, you have special to super cancel, so you can do stuff like that. And then now that makes Ken a good starter character. He can do lots of shit without having meter to start off with. Because they cancel as special moves, you can use it in cross-up situations. Like it'll all connect. And then when you get to this part, you can Shoryu max cancel and do all sorts of bullshit. So I felt like that was a good direction for Ken to go. But it wasn't enough. I wasn't satisfied with the overheads, because I wasn't sure how useful they were going to be. So that made me think, well, I can augment them, and that's what Power Max is for, to augment abilities for characters. And notice, this is a hit string. The overhead actually hits. Now, I think I've seen in at least one version of Street Fighter 2 that the overhead actually connects as a hit, as a move. Like in Street Fighter 2, if you hit them and you hold the button, but the overhead will come down and it will be all part of the same combo. I believe that was what I've observed. So I made that. I kind of basically said, hey, if we want crazy bullshit, that's perfect for Power Max. It's not something that I would want the player to have access to all the time, but this Power Max is basically the crazy bullshit mode. So you activate crazy bullshit mode, and all of a sudden you've got, you know, like Street Fighter 2 crazy kicks where the overhead will actually hit if the first part hits. And I thought that was cool. And it also fixed my overhead fears of, like, I don't know how good the overheads are gonna be, because they're kind of predictable. I mean, once you see that move come out, you know there's only two things that's gonna happen. If you blocked it, at least. They're either gonna stop and take the punish, or they're going to try to overhead you, which is also going to get punished. So I'm not sure how effective it would really be, unless again you were in a situation where you intentionally did one that whiffed to throw them off balance, and then they maybe wouldn't be able to react to it in time. Because that is kind of weird, right? Just if you were to jump in and do like, oh shit, well that stood him up, but let me try this. Yeah, like if you do something like that. Hold on. Ah, this is so weird. I'm not used to thinking about doing this kind of movement, but because normally I wanna hit you with the uppercut to stand you up, but I guess you don't have to, right? Yeah, like that. I mean, honestly, as players, would you get tripped up by that? You'd be like, whoa, wait a second. Oh, what? It whiffed, and by the time that you realize that it whiffed, would you have stood up to block the overhead? You know what I mean? So I theorize that it might be potentially useful in that kind of situation, especially if he's guarding everything, right? Like you guard it coming in, but then like you want to guard low. Like that. Like, would you be able to stop that if you didn't know it was coming? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a scrub killing move. So I think there's some value in it. But at a higher level, like how good could it be? So that's where I thought, well, let's just augment it in this mode. And then you can have the best of both worlds. And this is safe, of course. But also, this is safe on block too. So let me put them into standing here. That is safe on block. And so is just the regular overhead. So those were the two big changes. The crazy kicks got augmented, and your overhead not only is a true block string, so they can't do anything about it in between, there's no gap, but it's also safe on block, so you can start throwing that shit out there. And that was the idea of, you know, Ken's a pressure character. He wants to get in there and do shit, and he doesn't need meter to do it. So all that sort of kind of synergized, I think, under that mentality. Now there still is a gap here. So this, from the light to the heavy, there is a gap. And the reason for that is because it's a... You can special cancel that one. The other one you can't special cancel because it knocks down instead. However, it is the safe one. See? Now it's not completely safe on block, but at a certain range, you should be reasonably safe from a lot of things. See, you can do it. You can do it from pretty far away. So there are cases where, let me get a little closer. Oh, maybe a little closer. Oh. Oh no, that doesn't, like, maybe he gets out of it too quick. Yeah, he actually gets out of it too quick. Okay, well, hold on. Let me make him stop blocking. So if you, like that, you can do that. And you don't get as much off of it because it's not like a special cancel or anything, but you get the idea, right? You could do it, you could do 2 lights and do 1. Sorry for another off-topic question. Did you plan on adding SNK mode to the boss fights? SNK mode. Are you talking about SNK boss syndrome or something else? Or are you talking about like the bonus selection? SNK boss syndrome. I don't know how hard I'm gonna make them. Fighting game AI is a whole philosophical tangent you can get into, like, for real. Like, how hard should you make the boss? How should the boss be designed? I feel like when I play an SNK game and I go through the arcade mode, you know, not versus another character, when I go through the arcade mode and I fight the boss, I feel like I'm playing a fighting game. A specific kind of fighting game. I'm playing like a King of Fighters game, and I feel like I'm playing King of Fighters until I get to the boss, and then I feel like I'm playing a different game. And I think that that's the wrong approach. Just, my gut feeling is that's not how it should go. It feels like everything that you've learned and all the tactics you've applied to the regular characters that you fought immediately go out the window once you hit the boss. Ignis legit made me cry as a kid. Yeah, I mean, you can exploit. Once you figure out some exploits, it's not too bad. But I think it's just that. I think you're sort of exploiting it at that point. You're not really playing the game at that point. It just feels... It feels hyper-specific on what you need to do. Exploiting is playing it. I know, but it's not the intuitive way to play the game. I honestly, if I was put on the spot and I had to answer... yes, I'm sure. It's the most natural play. Yeah, but it's not the intuitive way to play. There's a difference between, like, what's effective and what's intuitive. Like, sure, you want to exploit your opponent's weakness, but the feeling you get from fighting the CPU in the earlier stages completely changes in every regard once you get to the boss, and that's not intuitive. using everything that you've learned so far and then it not applying to the boss is not an intuitive way to design a game. I get what you're saying, but I think it's a little too hyper specific. It doesn't feel like you're playing the same game anymore. It should still feel like you're playing the same game. It's fine for the difficulty to increase, but it's not fine for you to feel like you're not playing the same game anymore. And I always get that feeling. And even to a degree, Street Fighter has the same feeling, where once you get to the boss, it gets a little different. But it's not to the same extent that SNK. SNK just goes way overboard. And also, the difficulty jump between the last team that you face and the boss is also quite ridiculous. I get it, they're the boss, but it's quite the jump. It really makes you feel like they had to add the bonus selection on a continue, because people would have just walked away otherwise, and you should never feel that way about the game. You know what I mean? If your game is balanced in a way where it takes into account the fact that you can decrease the boss's life bar by 3/3 and still get your shit wrecked and still pump quarters into it, there's something wrong there. I find that to be a bad thing. So my solution to this, 5 seconds of thinking, just keep that in mind, but it may not be well thought through. Why don't you make fighting game characters, fighting game AI, a bit more like just any other game? Make them like a Mega Man boss. They do a certain type of pattern, and you can start to identify the patterns and figure out how to punish it. And certain patterns will be harder than others, and you can increase the frequency of using the harder to punish or the safer patterns later on. Yeah, they sort of do that already, but it's also it's not. It's a little too button ready, and it's a little too reactiony in many ways. And you can still have a little bit of that, but I don't think fighting games go hard enough on it. It's like a Mega Man boss. You kind of know what they're going to do, right? Yeah, like I said, there's a little bit of this in some of these games, but I don't think they go hard enough on it. Well, once you get their pattern down, then they're a bit easier to go. But I think they've got a little bit too much free range in what they do currently. And maybe for the harder difficulties, you can you can tweak the values there so they start to do a little bit more of that. But that's like how Red Earth bosses are designed. Yeah, and I haven't played Red Earth, but that's what I kind of theorized would be the case with that. I watched some video recently that went sort of in depth on it. I don't know if it was Top Hat Gaming Man or something went into it, and I was thinking, I'm like, I think that's the way to go, because I've been thinking about this for a while, about making them a bit more general video game bossy. But that seems like, an example to check out to see if that theory kind of pans out. And that's kind of what I want to do. Do something like that. Make it feel a bit more like a normal video game, quote unquote. It doesn't have to lose its identity as fighting, but I think you can do stuff like that. And make it a little... You know what it's recognizability. I think it's a recognizability issue. Where, yes, the characters do have certain patterns and they will do certain things, but it's very hard to identify when they're going to do something. So that's why I use the Mega Man boss as an example. When a Mega Man boss is going to do something, you can tell that they're going to do it. You already know they're going to do it. It's whether or not you can think to react to it or whatever in time, or if you're in a position that's advantageous or disadvantageous. But you see them, they either do a pose, or they pause for a certain amount of time, or the attack plays out the same way. They do 1, 2, and then they do a different thing. Have more of that kind of pre-programmed patterns in the mix. And I think that will help alleviate the issue. Now, fighting games sort of do this to a degree, and I think Street Fighter V actually does a sort of decent. Yeah, the boss having a 2-frame jab also doesn't help. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean. Like, some of it's too fast to react to. It's like, oh, you know, in this situation, they're always going to do a Shoryuken. It's like, yeah, but what can you do about that? You don't know it's necessarily coming, because maybe it's randomized and it could do, like, you know, 2 or 3 things, or even just 1 or 2 things. So, like, maybe you can figure out that it's coming, but you don't know, and what can you do about it? There's, like, nothing to do about it. But if, and like I said, some games have some examples of this. In some games, Ken will do 3 Shoryukens in a row. He'll just do light, and then he'll do a heavy. I think in Alpha 2 he does that. Yeah. And I'm sure he does it in other games too. I think in Third Strike he'll do a light and then a heavy. But once you see that light come out, and then he does a heavy, you know you can punish it. You know he's going to do it every time after. That's what I'm talking about. Stuff like that. And it doesn't have to be as unsafe as that. It could just be, most of the time, Ryu will do double jab, crouching medium Hadouken. And maybe you'll figure out how to get past that, and maybe you won't. You know, and that, yeah, the damage values too. Yeah, that's another issue. They do, yeah, genocide cutter for half your health, maybe not quite so, maybe not the best there. And also the attack priorities are a bit out of whack. Like, I get it, they're a boss, they have to look impressive, but you don't need to have invincible, every special be invincible startup to look impressive. You can have them feel powerful and oppressive in other ways, just by thinking more about the patterns that they're using and how they mix things up. And you could do like, the counters also don't help. Counters? What do you mean? Like, you can also have, like, patterns that split. So, like, say, Geese is almost impossible to hit. Oh, you mean, yeah, like his counter grabs. Like, they're not really parries, but they're kind of parries. Mechanically, they're parries, I guess. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's really hard. The 2 hardest things to balance are or 3 rather, whether or not they're going to block, whether or not they're going to tech that grab, or whether or not they're going to counter you. Those are going to be really hard to balance, and I don't have good answers for those ones. I really don't. I think the blocking might be the easiest to solve. That if you're not punishing them, then they're probably going to block it. I don't think that fighting game AI should just sit there and take fists to the face on lower difficulties all the time necessarily. I think you should teach the player to look for openings. So I think blocking, if you just throw something out there, then I think blocking probably should just happen on most difficulties. Because otherwise they just get in the mode of, well, I'm just going to throw stuff out there and then it's going to be a dice roll whether or not I win or not. And that's not a good plan either. I think you want to get them to sort of predict what's going to happen. The other thing is like set play. AIs are really powerful against set play because, like, they just choose whether they want to block or not. They don't care if it's a cross-up or if you've done some cross-under bullshit or whatever, or a mix-up. They don't care. They'll just random generate whether they're going to tech that throw, block that low, block that side switch, block that cross-up. It doesn't matter. They don't get confused like a human player. I don't know if there's a good answer for that one, though. I mean, what do? Do you just make it more likely for them to get hit on a cross-up? I mean, you could maybe do that, detect that it's a cross-up somehow, and say that there's a 50% less chance that they're going to actually block it because it was a cross-up. I don't know. I mean, then players will go for it more, but maybe that's the right idea. Maybe that is the way to do it. You know. It's tough. Like I said, this is a whole huge discussion. You could go on for hours just on a specific part of the problem. Making it 50-50 wouldn't work? Maybe. It's tough. Because you could argue it in a couple different ways. One that makes sense, I guess, because you know, you're doing it more often. Or you would want to encourage people to do it more often because it's a good strategy. It's like legitimately a good thing. You want people to learn how to do cross-ups and that it's a good thing, right? So you would want to reward that, but it's CPU not being able to defend against it all the time. You know, inhuman, impenetrable defense. But the other thing too is you also have to teach the player how to, you have to teach the player not necessarily how to, but you have to teach them that it's not always a surefire thing anyway. And then if they do block it, now what? Now what do you do? Do you have a block string that you can use that's safe, that you can get away with? Or is there always going to be a risk associated with that? Maybe that differentiates different characters too. Maybe not every character can do a cross-up and get away with it if it's blocked. You know, there's things like that that you have to be really wary of. I mean, you can always just do the cross-up, it blocked, and you just don't do anything after, but that's not very effective. You know, the ideal situation that you want is you want to be able to confirm whether you've done that and hit them or not, and then do something rewarding after or not. Trials can be used to teach that. I think a lot of players don't care about trials, though. That's a whole other tangential thing. How to teach players to do things in fighting games. That's a whole other thing because a lot of them don't want to learn anyway. So it's like the trial can absolutely help you understand some of that, but it's only if you want to actually understand it. But how do you get people to want to understand that? That's a whole other This is a several-hour conversation that can go in 100 different ways. You know what I mean? And that's a totally different thing. I'll be honest, as a casual player, it never occurred to me to ever do a cross-up. A long time ago. I mean, I guess I'm still a casual player. Alright, we'll quantify that. I'm still really a casual player at heart. I don't practice, and I don't have enough time to dedicate to really learning a lot of this stuff. Now, I've learned a lot of this stuff in order to make the game. I've watched high-level play, I've read through wikis, you know, I've read through strategy guides to get an idea of what people are trying to do and what's effective. So what I have to think about in order to design the game. But at heart, I don't, you know, I just don't practice or anything. So I'm still kind of casual in that regard. Just to kind of frame that first. So when I say, now I know how to do that, but I don't do it effectively, that's kind of what I mean. But back in the day, when I first got into fighting games, never even occurred to me that a cross-up would be a thing. It just never even occurred to me. I never thought, hey, if you land close enough to the top of the character, they're not going to be sure what side to block on. It just never occurred to me. I never even thought about it. So how do you get a player to come to that realization? Now, of course, it's oh yeah, cross-up, of course. That's good. Cross-up, good. You want to do it, you want to figure out what moves do this and that. I never would have thought about that. Yeah, Iori's back kick. You know, actually, I'll be honest, you think about that, you find out that Iori has a move that hits backwards like that. And the only conclusion you can come to is, oh, I need to do that after I jump over him. You'd be like, what is that for? That's a useless move. There's no reason, that would never hit anybody. Why would you ever use it? And then the next thought's going to be, oh yeah, if I jump over him, it'll hit him. And that actually, just that move existing will clue you into the fact that cross-up exist. And it's been so long now that I can't tell you whether or not that might have been part of it. Figuring that out on my own, but it's actually a pretty good hint that those kinds of mechanics exist, because that move is exclusively for cross-up. So, yeah. I mean, just having something like that, maybe if a lot of characters just had a move like that, it would lead players to naturally learn that, oh yeah, that's a thing. And you know, once they do it, they'll realize, oh, that's why it's hard to block that, because they're facing the other direction. I think Shoto should have a move like that. Maybe. Oh, well, they sort of do, but it's really hard to do, and it's like Tatsu. You can do it with light Tatsu, but you have to know how to do it, and you have to have the timing for it. It's not quite as intuitive as Iori's thing, but you can see the fact that the foot hits on the back end. But even at playing Street Fighter that long, it never occurred to me to do that. It never occurred to me to hit him in the back with the other end. Anytime it ever happened, coincidentally, I would just find it funny, but I never really thought it was a viable strategy. But now, yeah, like you can do stuff with it. And I specifically made Ken's not knock down when you do it, so that you could do other stuff after it. I guess crouching medium would be the one. So you can cross up crouching medium and do other stuff. Yeah. So you can if a lot of characters had that kind of move, I think it would help people clue in. But there may be still other ones that they just won't get the hint. They will never think about it. They'll just think of it as, I'm fighting face to face. Like you have sort of the, I don't want to call it necessarily the scrub mentality, but it is indicative of scrub play. But it's the illusion of fair play in a fighting game. And what I mean by that is, grabs are cheap, we don't use grabs when we play this game. That kind of mentality. They're not using all the mechanics because they don't fully understand them and how to counter them. Or like turtling. You know, dude, man, you're turtling. Stop turtling, that's cheating. You know, that kind of mentality. It is sort of indicative of scrub mentality. But it plays into a different kind of house rules mentality that a lot of people will play games with. You play a board game, you can play house rules, nobody bats an eye at it. You play a fighting game with house rules, the players that are actually competitive, they'll just start calling you scrubbed, and they'll call you weak, and they'll call you, other names. Yeah, Gal crouching in the corner. Where was I going with this now? Oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, okay, so yeah, where I was going with this is that most casual players will think of it as like, when I'm fighting, my idea of fighting is like a stand-up boxing match. It's not using the throws. The throws are cheap, so we don't use throws. Throws are cheap. That's cheating. But we're just gonna we want a slugfest like we see on TV. Both characters are facing each other, they're doing stuff, and like your target is like, I just want to hit them from the front. You're not strategizing. You're just, I want to hit them from the front. That's what you do. You walk up and you hit them from the front. It never occurs to them to just do something tricky and like go behind their head like that. You know what I mean? The typical player's mentality just doesn't lead them in that direction. It's kind of an extension of the house rules mentality. They're going to play the game the way they want to play it, not the way the game is designed to be played necessarily. And you can find that in a lot of games. I do that all the time. Like when I first started playing Dark Souls, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to run up and do shit because that's the game I want to play. Well, I found out that Dark Souls is not the game you play like that, and you definitely get punished for playing that way. So I can't play Dark Souls the way I would normally approach a lot of games. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But your initial player reaction is going to be that. They're going to want to play it the way they want to play it. And the way they want to play it is typically, I want to fight like I see on the TV. That's why I see in the movies, I see in the animes, I see on the TV, and it's a straight up fight. The hero's an honorable fighter. We don't use tricks. We don't do stuff like that. And that's the typical mentality. Yeah, just run up and swing, right? Yeah, that's what I started doing. And that didn't end so well. And I know this because I was in that camp. I know this because I've been there. I remember my days as being very casual with these things. And that's exactly how I felt about it. And I still feel like that about some games. Yeah, casually walk forward and sure you can. Yeah, it's my signature move. It works every time, right? It has to work every time. It's my signature move. It's my... Or like supers. You feel like, oh, super should work every time. Because that's what happens in action games. Every time I use my big super move in Devil May Cry, it works. Or whatever, you know what I mean? Well, it doesn't always work in Devil May Cry. But you know, like, characters don't usually block in Devil May Cry. And that's the other thing, too. Casuals don't like it when the opponent blocks. Because they just want to do stuff. They want to hit. They want that guaranteed to hit. They want to play it like a normal video game, and it's just not the way it goes. It's not the way it works. And you can teach them. Dark Souls players got taught. Dark Souls players got the boot camp. They got broken down and they relearned how to play video games. Like, and that's fine. And I think that's the way you might have to approach the fighting game for the single player stuff. So now it's easy for me to defeat certain enemies in Dark Souls because I know all their patterns. I know all their tells. I know all their telegraphing. But it's not possible to do that right away. You know what I mean? Yeah. I always chuckle when people get mad when I roll those supers in KOF. Yeah, there's that. You just evade it and they're like, oh my god, I spent all my super meter and I did it. And it's like it's a bad feeling, of course, but you know, it is what it is. That's fine in a competitive game to have that, but they're not used to that. They're used to playing single player. And that's why I propose that you dumb down the AI into certain set patterns. So, yeah, I mean, like, I didn't really think about it this way, but turn Street Fighter into Dark Souls, and the casual players would like it better. That's really what it comes down to. If you want a good analogy, you're just turning the game into Dark Souls. The enemies are tough, but only because you don't have the information you need. If you pay attention, and you see all their tells, then you'll know exactly what they're going to do next, and you're going to punish it, or avoid it, or whatever, or counter it. That's exactly what Red Earth is? Yeah. Alright, well there you go. I think that would work. I think existing fighting game fans might need to, like, rethink a little bit. You know, in that regard, where they might be a little more inclined to just roll the dice and see what happens. But making sure that you, like, making sure that you're thinking about it more as, like, countering and stuff, or trying to. It's really hard. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, this is a big discussion. I could go over 100 different patterns that you might want to employ for different characters, but. You know, like, one may not be aggressive. They may just literally always walk back and throw projectiles, you know, or at least for the most part, until you get them cornered, and then they're going to start to do something else to get out of the corner. But imagine a Guile where he literally just plays the fireball game. So you teach... I mean, it'll be hard at first for some players to get around that, the fireball and the flash kick game. But you'll teach them how to get through it if they just keep trying. You know, that Dark Souls mentality. You just learn you just can't do certain things against Guile. It's just how it goes. And again, different difficulties can have different things. Like, I would say the lower difficulties would have the basic patterns. It would have I just throw fireballs, and I just do the flash kick when he gets close, if he jumps in. And literally have him baitable. Just make him, like, really easily baitable at the lower levels. And I think that'll teach them a little bit. And then you can introduce more tactics the more the difficulty rises. I think that would work. Because if you're playing an easy, you're not going to want to think too hard anyway. So just give them, like, 2 or 3 patterns to handle. And, like, oh, they do those things, and if I pay attention and counter those things, then I win. And that's fine. And then in the next level up, you can add 2 more patterns in. And next level up, you can add 3 more patterns in, or whatever, and do that. But like if you're just playing on easy, just have them do like 2 or 3 things, and that's it. I mean, distill the characters down to what their primary, game plan is, and just throw that at the player. That's it. Throw booms. Keep throwing booms. Just keep throwing booms until they come in, and then you do a flash kick. And then eventually they'll figure out, oh, you can interrupt in between these things, or if he does a flash kick, well, now he's vulnerable, and that's when I need to attack him. Literally, that's it. Guile can just do 2 things, and at the easiest difficulty level, that should satisfy most players, I would imagine. Again, all theory, but kind of makes sense. Instead of doing what they do now, where they just stand there and take hits, and they just, I don't know, they'll do a special here and there, they might throw a punch, but usually you can just stand there, you just walk up and start hitting them in the face and they don't do anything. That's not teaching anybody anything. I'm not sure it's even satisfying, to be honest. Even the scrub level, was that really satisfying? Or is it just that they'd prefer to do that other than to get button red and shoryukened every frame? That they try something. I'm not sure that the players play on easy mode because they want to, or because they feel they don't have any choice to. And there's a big difference between those 2 things. But I don't know. Maybe we can put the theory to the test when I finally put AI in. It's still going to be a little ways away, though. Definitely the online's taking priority over that. But once that's in and we start getting characters back in, I can start to do more things, I'd say on the side. The online play started as we're working on Terry, but we're also going to start online play kind of on the side. And the idea was that maybe between Terry and Iori, I'd have enough time on the side to do the online. That ended up not being the case because online was a literal nightmare. But, so that had to come to the forefront, and it pushed everything back. And then it became GGPO work is the primary, and Iori is the secondary. And then at some point, Iori just had to stop so we could get GGPO done. But then when all that resumed, so when the online's working and everything, then I'm going to start back on building Iori. And then as a side thing, I can start to think about the other thing. I think realistically what's going to happen is the basic online's going to come out. I'm going to start building Iori again, and on the side I'm going to start adding network features. So, try to do matchmaking, try to make connections easier. And then go from there. And then as characters start getting developed, and features start getting in, then we can eventually get the AI into arcade and all that. And they'll just be kind of like sub-tasks, where the characters will be the primary task. And characters take a few months to do at least anyway, so there's definitely some time to spread around. I hope it gets a lot of attention too when it gets online. I want to play people. I want people to be in there so I can play them. So another off-topic question, how hard is it to balance characters on team games? More than it is by one-on-one, for sure. I can't be confident at this point that I am thinking with enough nuance to properly balance them as a team. I have been thinking about it, but I can't say whether or not those thoughts are comprehensive enough. We'll put it that way. I don't know if the thoughts are comprehensive enough. So there's things to think about. Like I said with Ryu, right? Or with Ken. We'll start with Ken because I got Ken right here. I said that part of Ken's balance that makes him a good starter is the fact that he can do stuff without meter. He can do this combo without having meter. And that's pretty good. Look at that. That's okay damage. Oh, here's my mouse. Here's my mouse. Watch Terry's life bar. Oh, hold on. Oh, not that one either. Jesus, hold on. Ah! Okay. Zen. Let's calm down. My analog feels weird. Alright. There. See, that's pretty good damage. You got a cross up, you got a couple hits, and you got special. You probably built up some good meter. Just watch. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. Man, this controller's feeling weird. Hold on. Let me switch out. Let me try a different one. Look good? Okay, let's try this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I don't know what's wigging out that one. So yeah, let's use some meter first, and we'll see how much meter this gets us. Look at that! I got half a bar of meter off of that. So a starter character, you want, generally, from what I understand, from how the KOF people think, KOF players, you want a starter character to be someone who can do damage without having to have meter. Because your idea is that you're trying to build meter for usage for your other characters. So Terry's meter usage is pretty limited in terms of, like this, you know, this is an invincible wake up. That's a Shoryuken. This gives him a little bit of air combo ability. And it's kind of like a sneak attack. So you can do that. To kind of catch him off guard. And like he can use meter. Obviously every character can use meter to do more stuff. But Ken can just do a lot of stuff without it. So he's got less usages of meter to enhance combos, I think, in that way. So yeah, you could do this. Wait, you could certainly do that. And then start, you know, transition from a ground to an air combo with it. Or do this, but you don't get too much off of just this without, like, using other resources. So, sure, okay, you can do that. And that's pretty good damage, right? But you did use a barometer. It's got good corner carry. And that's good. But that's it. That's, like, kind of all you're getting out of it. Unless you want to max cancel it and go crazy. Like, you know, then that's using other resources. And you can use max for kind of anything, so... that's kind of the wild card in the situation as it is. So that's how I approach Terry. Or, I'm sorry, not Terry, but Ken. I wanted him to be a good starter character. Because once I had the crazy kicks in, I realized Ken doesn't need to do a lot of... doesn't need to use a lot of meter to do a lot of damage. Or at least to do decent damage. And that's fine, and that makes him a starter in that way. That's how I felt. And he's also very rushdown orientated and all that, so... and then that led me to think about Ryu. Yeah, we'll get to Terry in a minute. I think Terry might be best in the middle of the team right now. I think you're right. But Terry's a little harder to peg for me. His designs... I've been primarily a Street Fighter player, so I kind of understand Ryu and Ken on a more intuitive level, but Terry's kind of strange to me. He's a little alien when put into this kind of system. But here, Ryu can do... he can do that. He can do that. And... he can, oh, hold on. Ah! Oh my god, just stop it. He can do that without meter. His air Tatsu knocks down. If I can get it right. His air Tatsu knocks down, so you can't combo off of that. You see what I mean? Like, Ryu's options for comboing is kind of limited when he has no meter. But when Ryu has meter, the whole world opens up. Then you can start doing the crazy stuff. If you got max meter, you do something like this. If you've got super meter, you can do stuff like this. You've got 2 bars of super meter and a max. you can do stuff like this. So Ryu really opens up. Or if you just go into Power Max and you start pressuring them to block, so that you can hit, you can either dizzy them or you can get the unblockables and stuff like that. And then in defense mode, Ryu's got the elbow attack, which you can actually combo if you can catch them on the ground, which is really great. And that falls in line with Ryu's punish mentality. Oh. Oh, I did too early. There. And his alpha counters are these. Now, Terry's not going to get hit by the other one because he's in the air, but that's a sweep one. As a KOF player, Terry feels like a Joker character. He works well in any position you put him in. I guess I've heard a lot of people say that Terry is not a good rushdown. Like he has a problem with pressure, but maybe that's only in specific games. So it's really hard to tell. So yeah, then let's get to Terry. I'll show you what Terry can do, and maybe we'll come to a conclusion. I feel like Terry's a decent middle ground character. He can do some stuff. In fact, he can actually do quite a bit without meter. He can do stuff like that. He can do that without meter. So in some ways, he's a little like Ken. But I feel like he doesn't have as many nuanced follow-ups or situations. I don't think his normals are as good as Ken's either. And somewhat by design. Like his uppercut's not as great of an anti-air. His jab is 4 frames instead of 3. Where Ken could get a cancel off of this kind of string. Or, here, that. The three hit there. Ken could actually potentially cancel something off of that light kick, but Terry doesn't have that ability. This is just the poke. And same thing for this, it's not cancelable. And it's not most KOF games, which is strange. But I just kind of ran with it. I think it was 98 that people said he wasn't so great as a thing. I think Terry's gonna be good with confirming stuff. Because I gave him his close heavy punch as his heavy punch. There are no closer, or there's no proximity normals in this game. Just like the Neo Geo Pocket games didn't have it. Everything's just, it's the same no matter what range you're at. You always get the same move. Which is fine. I'm not sure fighting games need proximity normals. Not a big fan of them anyway. So I made Terry's heavy punch be his close heavy punch, so you could get those 2 hits. Garou Terry is also more rushdown orientated. Aha! Yeah, I don't play Garou either. I find Garou really hard to play. It feels like if you don't know what you're doing, you're playing in slow-mo, and then everybody's running around you. I can just never figure out how to get my flow in that game. Always more defensive or neutral character. Yeah, and that's when I kind of like, I made like his... and that's why I made his alpha counters, presumably, hopefully, like really good in certain situations. Like, they're not going to be super great in every situation, and not every character should have alpha counters that are like super great in every situation necessarily. But this is a hard knockdown. No other character has an alpha counter with a hard knockdown. It's a very highly defensive thing for him to have. Well, he's doing a short Ryuken. There's not much I can get him with when he wakes up. That's more of a, we just let him go and then hit him on the way down. But that's kind of how people don't know KOF say is like... Is that like part of the message? Oh, well, okay, I get you. So when people play KOF and they don't know how to play KOF, they feel like they're playing in slow-mo and everybody's running around them. Yeah, I can definitely see that. And to a degree, I guess you get that with a lot of fighters. To some level or another. Where you have the... if you don't know what you do, like if you whiff an attack, it takes a while for you to get out of that, right? So if you're always whiffing attacks, it feels like I can't keep up with the player because I'm always stuck waiting for the move to end, you know, when I do stuff. Where, like, when you make hits, like, there's a sort of snappiness to that you don't get when you whiff. So that makes sense, I guess, that if you're not hitting the opponent, or if you're getting baited a lot, you can start to feel like your buttons are behind the others. Okay, Ryu, you gotta stop that. So I can definitely see that. But yeah, as far as... Here's Terry's strengths as I see it. Safe on block. At max range, safe on block. This one I'm not sure. Yeah, this one is too because of the pushback. Now if you're in the corner, maybe not quite as much. Because you're gonna inevitably end up closer to the character. So he's kind of got that mid-range advantage. And this is just things that have emerged from programming them and testing them with other players. I found a lot... when Tim and I played, all he would do, he just kept doing this. And it was a little hard to do anything about it because it was safe at that level, you know? Are you basing the SNK characters on which game? I kind of just play a whole bunch of them. And I just do an amalgamation. I do that with the Street Fighter characters too. I think there's a lot of things in KOF that I have to account for that don't necessarily work when you put them in this kind of game. Because, like, here's one thing. Terry doesn't have any standing overheads. Which is not a big deal in KOF because you can just short hop. And everything's a standing, or not a standing, but an instant overhead. You know what I mean? Everything is like a quick overhead in KOF. Because you can just short hop and any air normal and it's fine. In this game you don't have short hop, so how does Terry do that? Excuse me, I need more water here. He had magic hands in 02. I do remember that, yeah. I tried a different approach. I wasn't sure if I wanted to add that. Yeah, that's true. He did have the forward light punch overhead, and he also had he did it with Shoryuken punch motion, and he had, yeah, I think that's what you mean by magic hands, where he had that. He also had that in 99, I believe. So there are some games in which he does have it, but in a lot of games he doesn't. I think 98 is one where he just doesn't have it, and I think part of it is they're like, it's cool and all, but like you could just short hop. So like characters don't need a designated ground overhead necessarily. Like it's cool and it helps, but every character has access to overhead via the hop, so I think they didn't have a design priority for that. So what I did, instead of having the overheads, I tried to pull Terry in other directions and strengthen him in different areas so that maybe he doesn't need one. Like, obviously you can always just jump and do it, but that's not, you know, a quick little mix-up. But what if I give him other abilities that make him able to do that kind of stuff, able to do mind games and mix-up without having to have an overhead. I guess that was part of it. Number one, I made it so that he's got a lot of stuff that's safe at distance, like this. Come on. There we go. That's completely safe at distance, unhit or block. There's nothing they're going to do about that. Safe at distance. Safe at distance, even if they block it. You know, things like that is what I wanted to try to do, coupled with Terry's got like he's got a great cross up. He's the only one with a heavy cross up right now, which goes right into this, which is hella confirmable into almost anything. You know, anything you can imagine. If I can get it right. Yeah. I missed that, but you get the idea. I wanted to do that. He's got that stuff. He can get in there pretty quick if he wants to. He can max cancel high angle geysers an EX move, and you can get in there quick. It's got good range. So even if they block it, just max cancel it. You know, you can make it completely safe. And now you're in. You know? So I wanted to focus on that kind of stuff for Terry and see if I could strengthen him in so many other areas that he doesn't need to have a standing overhead. And if he wants to do other stuff, he can jump. Like, so his jump CD, I just made it his neutral jump kick. Because there's not really like CDs in the game. Like, you have alpha counters, that's kind of the same thing in a way. Although they're pre-programmed and a little bit different, but in this case, I wanted to use that animation. So he's got a really great jumping, really deep reaching, really great jumping, normal, neutral kick, heavy kick in air. And then just give him a lot of like combo opportunities. So EX crack shoot is a ground bounce. Oh, that didn't work out. Yeah, EX burn knuckle is like a mini Buster Wolf. It goes really far. If you want, you can just kind of get in and you're in. Like, it's just that easy. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, you know, you could possibly do things to stop that kind of advance, but the idea is that, yeah, you want in, you're in. If you can get that opening, you can fly right in from across the screen, like you're just there. So I feel like maybe that'll work out. And this is another reason why I really want the net play to work, is to figure out if parry works. Oh, and Power Wave EX. It's basically Round Wave. You can special cancel out of it, just like you can Round Wave. And it's safe on block. Wouldn't Garrou's Power Charge be a better move in that case? Power Charge. You mean the move he can do in top? It's only when he's in top mode, right? He gets like a 3-hit. He does 1-2 power charge. Is that what you're talking about? The shoulder check. That's it, right? Yeah, the 1-2. He does 2 hits, right? He like hit 2 punches or something, and then he does the shoulder, right? It's the one you have to keep pressing forward, right? To do? I can't remember exactly. It's his running move. Yeah, that's it, right? You have to run forward, and then maybe you just gotta press the buttons after, but I thought you had to keep pressing forward on the buttons. What is that good for, do you think? I'm not, by no means, I don't know much about Garrou. Yeah, it is a forward wrecker, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what the one you're talking about. What is it good for? Can you tell me, like, as a Garrou player? Because I don't know enough about it to know how it would be useful. It's good combo and bait move. What can you do after it? Can you cancel it in anything once you do the shoulder? Like you can in KOF games? Or no? I mean, we could always just make it do that, right? Terry's got hella corner carry too in this game. Holy shit. You can just, you got the meter. You can just, I'm in the corner now, but now you're in the corner basically. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. Damn it, that's not the world I want. Hold on. Yeah, like this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that, and to do another one. You can cancel it? Alright, hold on. Let's take a look. I have Guru. Let's take a look. I'm down for a little research. Where is fighting games? Here it is. Oh, oh, oh! It's taking over. It's freaking the computer out. Oh no, what happened? Did it mess up? Yes? No? It won't go full screen. Oh my god. Can we... I don't need full screen, just... It won't go full screen. Here, can we pull you out of full screen? Please? No? Oh, you know, I never even thought about looking at 2003, but you're right, it's supposed to be Garotary. That's a good point. I don't know if we have 2003. Like, I have it on the PS2, but I don't have it hooked up. Yeah, same thing with 11. I don't have it on PS... Or I have it on PS2, but it's not, like, hooked up right now. So, I don't know... Hold on, let me see if I can get this to work here. It, like, goes for a second, but it immediately pops out of full screen mode. It's freaking everything out. Okay, hold on. Let me unplug the capture device for a second. Hold on, I gotta move everything to do this. If I can at least get it... If I can at least get it to stop freaking out, then I can get it out of full screen mode, and then we can play it. So, hold on. Options. Video. Full screen, no. There we go. Holy shit. Okay. Let me bring it back now. Hold on. Here. Let's do this. Okay. I'll make the transition easier. Do we have audio? No? Yes? Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Oh, combo video's good too, yeah. I can see how it's... Well, hold on. Microphone's all jazzed up now. Okay. Okay, I think we're okay. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, well that works. I guess that's interesting. You hit the maximize and it actually just goes into borderless full screen. Yeah, alright, that works. That's fine. I can deal with that. Let me... Yeah, we'll fight butt. That's fine. Yes, yes, just... Yes? Okay, alright. Oh shit, I gotta be topped in. Hold on. Can I... Yeah, top on. Sure. Will that work? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's that one, right? But you can't do anything after it? Or can you? Let's see. Alright, let me look at the video. Well, okay, and that's a different thing too. Wait, hold on. Whoa, hold on. What the fuck was that? Hold on. Okay, he did the first hit of the Rekka, then he stopped, and he did a close heavy punch, and then another close heavy punch, and then another punch, and then he did. Yeah, okay. Okay. There's this cancel. Okay, where he does this, and he cancels it, and he stops doing his. I believe that's a cancel on Power Dunk, and then he does another one after, right? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, because the cancel on Power Dunk's a different thing, but it does look similar. I don't know. I think he's got enough juggle things, so I wouldn't necessarily think about adding that. But the Power Dunk Rekka is kind of interesting. I don't know where it would fit in the gameplay though. It might interfere with use of the forward light punch too. And then I'm thinking about it. Like if it's still the run command as main combo starter, yeah. I think it's good in that regard. Hey, yeah. Cats are climbing on shit. I think it's yeah, because Garrou's Terry is very different than KOF's. I feel like he can start with that and just like keep going with it, right? Like he does that and then he just starts doing the heavy kicks. Or the heavy punches rather. That's fucked up though. Yeah, like right there, where he's just doing the heavy punches and shit after. Where I feel like a KOF Terry, at least in 98, right? Terry kind of like, how do I want to put it? Kind of doesn't need that, because he's already got this. Like, it kind of fills the same functionality, it's just way easier to do because it's just one move. You know what I mean? Because he's kind of doing some similar stuff with it. In Garou, he's kind of doing similar stuff as like this. It's a bit more advanced because it's all manual. Where here it's just, I press one button. And here I pressed two buttons to get this. Wait, to get... Damn it! There, to get that I only press two buttons. Like, I'm getting all that functionality just like way easier, I think. But if you could power charge into it, it would be pretty fucked up. But it's not really the same thing, right? Because the Rekka does act a little differently. I'm not sure if it has special priority or anything anyway. Yeah, the other one is corner carry. But we still already do have power charge. So, like, it's already there, you know? Like, you can kind of do a similar thing by just doing this. You know? Or if you want to get really fancy, you could do that. I mean, functionally, it's not exactly the same thing, obviously, but functionally, it kind of serves the same purpose as all of that stuff in Garou does. Considering the way that the different games play and so on and so forth. So you kind of have that already with all that stuff. And then, you know, you can cancel this in the power dunk too. So you still kind of have all of that. It's obviously it's not the same exact combo, but you can see how functionally They basically do the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, the power charge and grow does leave him closer to the opponent. This one's meant to be canceled though, so like if you're not canceling power charge here, you're kind of doing it wrong. I would say that, you know, you're meant to follow it up with either this, you know, or this. Like, you could certainly just do power charge, but I mean, it's not really meant for that. It's meant to use with this because it's free. You just, if it hit, just cancel it. Just do it. You know what I mean? And there's no reason not to cancel it. And then you're gonna be next to him when that happens. So. So I feel like all that functionality is at least in most part been transferred just in a different way. It was a good thought though, because it is kind of a cool looking move. I messed it up. It's supposed to be that. Yeah, Terry's tough though. He's got so many different versions of his character. You can almost go in 100 different ways with him. But yeah, to kind of continue, I guess, sort of explaining what I was thinking. You know, this is a completely safe move, and it's special cancel, so you can combine it with other safe moves. So yeah, we wanna. I can actually prove it right here. Like, yeah, he can't do anything, even if I'm right next to him. In addition to that, when you're in the corner, because it's a projectile, it doesn't move you. So you can, especially if you hit in the corner. I'm gonna turn, hold on. Yeah, do it this way. You can, it's so advantageous you can actually do stuff after. So you can figure out if, I don't know if you could, I don't know if you can hit the jab from there. Nah, it's too far. You could probably get a light kick. Oh, nope, too far. Well, I guess your only choice then is you'd have to. Let's see. Well, you gotta do it a little quicker than that. You could do that. But the idea is that it's so damn plus. That it's not only because you're spending meter. I want meter moves to be good, right? So a lot of them are kind of plus and safe and all that. But I feel like it's also a combo tool. So you could do. Oh, hold on. You could do that, and you can confirm that because it's. And if you want to stop, so here, let me. I know this is all kind of. I'm jumbling and cutting myself off, but if you do this combo, I can do it right. That there was a gap there, and he was able to pull Shoryuken off. Now, luckily, the power wave is kind of, you know, designed to be sort of a Shoryuken killer. So if they do attempt to do something like that, it'll catch them. It'll catch their toes. But if that's not good enough, like, what if they did a super instead, and they just blew right through your move? Or what if they did a different EX move? Maybe they did EX Shoryuken and went right through it, you know what I mean? Well, you've got the answer to that too. If you want to really get out of jail free, you want to spend that meter, go ahead. Otherwise, you could just power max cancel out of it. So you got like different ways to get out. Off topic, I noticed there's an extra slot above Ryu on the character select menu. Is it a placeholder? An extra slot above Ryu on the character select. Oh. Up here? You want to know what that is? That's just a test for hidden characters. I just wanted to program that in if I ever needed it. I just thought it was funny because like a lot of games like Marvel 1 has it where you could go off the side of the screen if you put a code in. This one you don't need a code, but it's just there. It's just a duplicate of Ryu. I thought it would be cool to have it. Like say if we ever put like a secret boss in or something. You know, I think it would be cool to have him actually like hidden off the character screen. Yeah, I did that test a long time ago. It's just there. Yeah. Um. Oh, so you're playing one of the prototype builds then? Yeah. Yeah, it's there. It's just a test though. It's nothing special. Will the Capcom roster mainly focus on Street Fighter characters? Yeah, for the most part. You can think of this as a Street Fighter versus King of Fighters, essentially. Hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with making the boss version of the boss characters unlockable. Obviously, I wouldn't want it to be usable online or anything, but I think it would be okay to leave them in like that as like hidden characters up on top. I think that would be cool. I wouldn't mind doing something like that. I think that would be neat. Um, this character has a few differences. I used this one to test some stuff out on. Yeah, the KOFUM games do that. So like this character has different palettes. See, this is like Alpha Ryu. Um, but I use it to test out different things. So he's kind of like a clone character in a way. One thing was, if you notice that, it doesn't work right anymore. Because the way that the jump code changed. But I tried to just to see what it would look like to do something like that. And then he's got a Marvel style launcher on him. I gotta, yeah, like that. It's not meant to be like a real character, but I just tried some different goofy stuff. Make him an EX Ryu. No, he'd be too powerful. He'd be way too powerful. Yeah, he's out of date because he doesn't even have Teshin. His move list is different. But he's like super broken because he can just like do this over and over. He was just kind of a shit. It was just kind of a test. Oh, I'm not getting it. Yeah. Oh, it's also OTG, I think, too. So he can... Yeah, he can do shit like that. It's just a test character. I was just trying out some stupid things. No, it's not real. It's not real. No. He's just a dumb test character. That's why I don't like to show this shit. You're all like, oh yeah, let's turn it into Marvel now. Yeah, that looks cool. I want that game. I just thought it would be funny. Just to see what it looked like. But yeah, it's an actual like duplicate character. It's not like it's not part of Ryu's code. It's a special clone Ryu. Rainbow Edition Ryu. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, I think I made yeah, I made his heavy heavy punch cancelable in this one too. It doesn't work quite as well as you think though. Like, it's a little weird. It's a little strange. And because the Hadouken's broken now because the jump code changed, it would normally suspend him in air for a little bit. But yeah, it's weird. And I think those are the only things I tried with him. The number one was to make different palette data and to see if I could take... Because this would be like for boss characters. So like you would have, like, say, Bison. You would have normal Bison, the normal Bison that you would play with online. But then you've got boss Bison, right? And so what I wanted to do was to take Ryu's base character. I can show here in the... See, this is Ryu V. But it's a prefab that's based off of the other Ryu. And it just has a few different things that have changed. So he's got a slightly different move list. Yeah, here's his V version. It's got a couple different things in here, like the air Hadouken and stuff. But most of the code is the same, so he's still based off the main Ryu object, but he's got a few differences. And that's how I would want to code the bosses. You want to have the standard boss character as a playable balanced character, but then you want the goofy actual boss version. And that you shouldn't have to reprogram the entire object or the entire character to do that. And so this was an exercise in, can I make those little micro changes and make a variant character without having to reprogram everything. And that's essentially what I did with this. There are a few systems that I implemented to facilitate that. It's so weird. You can't cancel it into Shoryu though, so it's really weird. It's kind of strange. There we go. Fair and balanced online. That's what we want to see. Right? That's what we want right there. Can you cancel Natatsu? Yeah. Can do that. That's a little tough. He goes pretty far flying when you do that. And it's infinitely OTG, so it just it just goes. You can just do crazy fucking shit with it, but it was just, I just wanted to see, just for curiosity's sake, how broken would like a Marvel launcher be if we actually put it in. But no, he's not a real character. In any build, he's just going to be blocked off. You won't be able to get to him. But in the prototype builds, he's just there because, you know, it's for testing. But really, the main purpose of it was to find out if I could do a variant boss character. So, like, if you have Kuma and Shin Akuma, you don't want to change much of what Kuma does. You just want to change some hitbox properties and maybe allow another super or, you know, shit like that. But I wouldn't want to create, like, a whole new character with everything new, you know? Like, ideally, you could, like, reuse the same animations. You just change the hitbox data and make that the variant. And then all of a sudden, you know, the Tatsumaki for Akuma becomes, like, plus on block and, or, you know, shit like that. Because he's a boss character, you want that to be the case. Oh, I messed it up. Will the game have bosses and secret bosses like CVS? I would like to get there. Eventually, I mean, we're gonna do an arcade mode, and the arcade mode's gonna have a boss, right? I mean, it just has to have a boss. And then, if the project continues past that point, where we've got all the initial characters and all the modes, then yeah, I would definitely like to add more stuff to it. I think it's only natural that it would end up in that direction. Oh, that was a waste. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. How do we decide the characters? I decide the characters. To be honest, the first set of characters is just popularity. It's just main characters. It's Ryu, it's Ken, it's Chun-Li, it's Guile. It's the Street Fighter. Everybody, when you think of Street Fighter, that's who you think of, right? And King of Fighters, it's Kyo, it's Iori, it's Terry, and it's Mai. It's just SNK's biggest stars and, Capcom's biggest stars, at least in their respective games. That's all it was. There wasn't any big brain pick. After the initial set here, if we continue on, I want to balance the characters. I don't have any specific characters in mind as much as I have specific goals in mind for additional characters after that point. I don't want to get ahead of myself and say, like, oh yeah, we're absolutely going to have, like, Alex in. And then, like, change my mind later, and everybody's like, where's Alex? And then everybody's mad because Alex is not in, something like that. But we need a grappler. So instead of saying, I'm going to put Alex or I'm going to put Geef in, I'm going to say we need to put a grappler in. The game just needs a grappler. There's no grappler right now. I think it's weird to put Mai instead of Rio, but considering Chun, it makes sense. Yeah, there's a little synergy there, but mine is, like, very ubiquitous. There are people who've never played KOF, but they know who Mai is. But there are definitely people who've never played KOF and have no idea who Rio is. You know what I mean? Pocket Hugo. What about Billy Kane? I don't know. It's tough because it's really tough, and I want to straddle the line between, we want to put characters that people care about in. And everybody cares about a different character, but you can't put every character in, so what do? Everyone loves Mai, but never touched a KOF or Fatal Fury game. Well, that's true, but Mai is a very popular character. I mean, you can't deny that. She stands right up there in recognizability with Terry and Iori. So, put Mecha Geef in, make him fly. No. But I would say I have specific goals of, like, there's not many charge characters, so we need a charge character. Guile's going to be the only real pure charge character. Sure, Terry does have charge with Rising Tackle, but it's not quite the same as having a charge character, you know what I mean? So we need more charge characters. We need more zoning characters. I mean, Ryu and Ken can kind of zone, and Terry can sort of zone. Agreed, I had Mecha Geef. But we don't have... Well, and Guile. Guile's absolutely a zoner, but he's only one style of zoner. We don't have the type of zoner that's like the Dulcine character, where it's like having ridiculously long buttons. So there's projectile zoners, and then there's, like, body zoners, I guess, in a way. So I would like to look into to do that. Athena, well, here's the thing. With Rio and Athena, I feel like their playstyles are already sort of represented here. I mean, if you break Athena down, she has other abilities, but she's kind of sort of a Shoto when you break it down. She's got the DP, she's got the fireball. Sure, she can teleport and stuff, but that's kind of her main big thing is pester you with fireballs, and when you get close, you DP. So it's like, well, we already have Ken and Ryu, and to a degree, we already have Iori, and we've already got Guile kind of doing that. So, do we need to add Athena, gameplay-wise? I'm speaking just gameplay-wise. Just gameplay-wise. Or should we go wild and off the fence, and instead of putting Athena in, we want to put Leon in? Or we want to put, let's see, what other non-standard characters are there? Because Leona's kind of unique, right? In the way that she is. She's kind of like that mostly charge, but she's not like a Guile charger. She's a different kind. But like Kim. Kim's kind of like a half-charge character. Uh, or for like Dhalsim zoning, what about Manette? It's kind of the same thing. Hold on, I forgot to put the music back on. Okay. There you go, Kim's team. Perfect. We're talking about him. What about like Manette? If you don't want Dhalsim, depends on what Leona we're talking about. Yeah, there is that too. I don't know enough about Leona to really discuss her, but I find her interesting as a character, both in design and just like the way her moves look, so... that's a whole other thing. But like I said, I'm not confirming any character because I don't know yet. Because I'm not thinking about it purely from, I want Leona in the game. I'm thinking of it, I need a charger. Well, Leona's a charger, Kim's a charger. You know, what can we do? What do we decide between those two? How do we want to put those in? Godshin, Cyber, Akuma. Yeah, just fucking throw them all in. That's it. I mean, and the thing is, it takes a while to develop the characters, so it's not like I can be like, oh, well, we'll just put 100 characters in and we'll get everybody. It's just not a... It's just not... It's not feasible. Ow, come here. Yeah, it's running around circles around my chair. No, yeah, right. And there's no harm in throwing ideas out. For sure. Like for a grappler, would I want to go for a traditional grappler like Geef, or would I want to go for a hybrid grappler like Alex? Would Alex fare better in a game that's a little higher speed and has rolls and all that stuff? Probably. And I'm sure I can still make Geef work. I don't think there's any question about that. But like with Guile, the way that Guile charges, you could maybe run circles around him in this game. So we have to think of ways to adapt him properly. And we've gone down that road. That's a whole discussion, and I think it's possible, and it's generally not too big an issue. But just put in random pings, problem solved. PNG files. Most SNK grapplers are rushdown characters. Yeah, that's the other thing too. So when I say grappler, like, what does that mean? Does that mean traditional Street Fighter grappler, or does that mean crazy KOF grappler? Right. So there's a lot of ways this could go, and you know, we've got 4 characters here in the first set, so what's the next set going to be? Another 4? I mean, I can't just do 20 more. It's not like Season 2 is going to have 8 characters on each side. It would take forever. I would like to be a little more nuanced with it. And just have like, okay, we're just going to add 4 more. And if we get through that and we still want to do it, then maybe we'll add 4 more. You know, and just keep doing it like that. Yeah, Guile and Charlie are notorious for being bad in versus game. I'm hoping to fix that. Just TLDR on Guile. I want to give him 1 motion special that he doesn't have to worry about charging. And then also, this game has charge partitioning, which should really help the charge characters. And so what that is, for any unaware, well, I'll show you. I'll show exactly what that means. Okay, so when you do a charge move, you gotta hold down and you press up or to the side, or you hold a direction, you press the opposite direction, and you do a thing, right? Terry's only got Rising Tackle. But if you move, like if you stand up and you move, you lose your charge, right? Not exactly with charge partition. So what charge partitioning is instead of losing your charge when you stand up, charge depletes when you stand up. At the same rate as when you hold down. So if you hold down, hold up, hold down, hold up, hold down, you can still keep your charge because you've regained the amount that you've lost by standing up. So you lose, you gain, lose, gain, and it evens out. As long as you get back to a full charge, you can still do it. And so how is that useful? Oh, hold on. Oh, that's not the move I wanted. Hold on. Damn it, I'm not getting the cancel. There. You could never charge long enough to do that unless you had charged before, partitioned it, and did it after. with that kind of change, Guile might be much easier to be able to not only do combos and stuff, but to also regain his charge in situations like if you cross him up. You jump over Guile, if he backs away, he can recharge much quicker than starting over. So you could do this, you could stop and go back and still have your charge. So that every character gets, it's not just going to be a Guile thing, because obviously Terry has it, you can see it working here. So that really helps. I think that'll be fine. Between that and having potentially a special that doesn't need charging, so whether it would be his, it could be his Street Fighter V V Skill 1. I kind of like that move. It's actually really neat because it works with his other moves. And I'd just make it like a down-down punch or something. And since you have charge partitioning then, it works. Because you wouldn't lose your charge doing the down-down motion. You just do it, and then you'd have your charge again immediately. You only tapped it. Right? Down-down tap. Or wait, down-down tap. And then... Damn it! Down-down tap, and then... Okay. I think I wasn't holding it long enough. Down-down tap. And yeah, there you go. And it'll be like that. And then you could just do it. Especially if you're holding back, and then, you know, with him, he does the boom. You do that move, and then you do the boom right after it, and then you can combine them together just like in Street Fighter V. Like, having that kind of stuff would be great. And also because the down-down doesn't have a direction associated to it, well, left and right direction. So if someone tries to cross you up, you just down, and boom, and it's just gonna work, you know what I mean? Alright, we got a video. It says, this Street Fighter 2 mechanic would also help. I hope this is Rainbow Edition. Oh, the glitch. Oh yeah, Theory Fighters thing. Wait, I think I watched this. I think I know what this is.
Value or interest found in others that define characters instead of games. One such glitch that I personally adore is input storing in Super Turbo. If you've watched any amount of this game, I can guarantee you've seen it being used, because the three characters that have it will end up using it in some capacity nearly every single round. The three characters I'm talking about are Chun, E Honda, and Vega. Input storing is kind of an umbrella term. It sometimes gets called move.
Yeah, this is where you can store the charge or something, right? And just walk up and do it.
So we're going to break down each instance of it and try and talk about.
Yeah, this one's fucked up. I wouldn't add this, but this is pretty fucked up.
She has a charge super, so you hold back for a little while, input forward, back again, forward, and press kick.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. Watch this.
Vulnerable and safe on block. Obviously, with it being a charge super, it comes with a very clear flaw. She has to be charging. As soon as Chun inputs anything involving the forward motion, she loses that charge, and it's no longer
add the Iron Man
making its
yeah,
applications
sure.
kind of limited.
Get right on that.
You'd think. The glitch here is, if after doing the back forward motion, instead of pressing kick right away, she just holds forward and doesn't let go, no matter how long she holds forward for, if she presses kick at any point, the super still comes out. This takes what should be a very defensive or situational super and turns it into an amazing offensive tool that can be used in just about every matchup. Sounds broken, right? It basically nullifies the balancing on a charge move by eliminating its biggest
That's
flaw.
fucked up.
Well, she's holding forward. She's completely vulnerable to anything and everything.
Add yourself to the game and make him the best.
She cannot block.
Nah, no.
Chicken where half health
No
will be
self-inserts
her
for this
she
game.
marches full screen towards you and is waiting for you to do something. But if you don't, she might just throw you. It turns this mid-range monster of a character into one of the most explosive. I cannot overstate how much I love this. Charge supers are often cumbersome in their uses. Maybe a reaction punish, maybe a combo or a reversal, and that's really about it. This glitch gives her super so much extra utility, and it's interesting. It's not the same as just simply making it a motion super. She still has to charge and then put herself in a vulnerable state by holding forward. This hasn't really been recreated since, and I think that's a shame. It's very cool to see a take on a type of attack that's stagnated for so
Yeah,
long.
I get his
When we
point.
see a
I
charge
still wouldn't do
superman,
it, but I
you
get
can
his
guess
point
what
how
its
it's neat.
utility is going to be, and that can make things feel far too uniform. It's worth mentioning that Honda has this exact same glitch with his headbutt super, but it's just not great. Unlike Chun's, it's not safe because there is a massive gap between the two hits, and a lot of the time it doesn't even combo, giving the opponent the ability
that's
to
weird.
punish on hit. You can still see it being used occasionally as a tool for taking that last chunk of health in a round, but its application is far more limited. However, he has another use for this glitch, and we're saving it till last because it's probably the most complex. Let's move on to Vega. His Scarlet Terror is done by charging down back,
Yeah, you get the
pressing
idea.
forward and hitting.
Yeah, I think it's cool. It's definitely interesting for Street Fighter 2, but I think on some level the charge position helps with this issue as is, and the fact that you can charge while running too. In Pocket Fighter EX, you can do that. I think that kind of it's not the same for sure, but it definitely helps helps alleviate that issue, because I could encroach and then end up doing it. I could charge, move in, and damn it. Hey, settle down. Cats are getting out of control. Ah, I'm not doing it enough. Yeah, like that. I'm not a good charge player, you can tell. But the fact that I can creep up on you, you know, I could creep up or go back and still keep my charge while moving. Like it's not to the same potency, but it's somewhat similar, you know what I mean? The fact that these characters with this mechanic are bad just speaks to how broken Street Fighter 2 is. Yeah, we got all the cats here. The one had kittens, and we found that other one. What are you doing? Stop it. Settle down. Jesus Christ. They're going fucking nuts. They get older, they get more zany. They start going nuts and jumping around everywhere, and they're cute, but they're a goddamn handful. Well, yeah, also, you're calling it a mechanic. I'm not sure it's really a mechanic, but maybe it should be. I don't know. I wonder if it must have been a glitch, but it might have stemmed from the programming that charge moves take. Because it is a balance you have to reach in order to make them doable without being too crazy. You know what I mean? Like, casuals have a very hard time doing charge maneuvers. Because it's just, there's a lot of timing involved. I tried to alleviate that to some degree, to make it a little more lenient, but it's tough, man. And Street Fighter 2 combos are a glitch. Maybe? There's some conflicting bits about that. Maybe at one point during development it was, but I side with the theory, I don't know, hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, that there's no fucking way in hell that game got through testing and they didn't notice it. So it may have started as a glitch during development, and they were just like, oh, it's cool, leave it in, that's fine. But I don't think it was not discovered. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it was undiscovered, like, when they released it. And then all of a sudden, players were doing combos, and they're like, oh, we didn't intend that. I don't think that's reasonable to assume, just based on how development usually goes. But I think it's reasonable to assume that it was a glitch during development, and they noticed it during development, and they're like, "Oh, it's cool. That's fine. Just leave it in. It's really cool. Like that's neat. That's okay. We can leave it in." But I don't think there's any reasonable assumption that it got through all testing and no player ever noticed that that was possible. Very strange, especially with like how the jabs cancel into each other. I don't know. I just don't buy it. I don't see how that it's possible that they couldn't figure that out and it just was an accidental thing. You know, at the time of release. That's all. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat here. You can also do a fireball randomly in Street Fighter 2. Yeah, there's like a 1 in 256 chance or something that a special move comes out when you press a button or something. And they did that so that players would see it and be like, whoa, what's that? And then they'd want to investigate and figure it out. Because it's not like back in the day you knew all the moves, right? So it's a little different. Once I learned charge moves as a kid, I thought I was the greatest Street Fighter player ever. How much was I wrong? Oh, thank you. Yeah, they knocked that down. Yeah. I felt that way too. I was the best player in my group, and I didn't even know how to play.
I was the only player in my town.
Oh. I was one of two. But it's still better having one player. You know, another
shitty
player.
kid, he said his big brother used to play it, but I mean, like, I'm 8, his brother was like 14, so, you know.
Yeah, that's...
It wasn't gonna happen in 1992.
No, probably not. And there's no online play back then, too, so, yeah.
You used to have the landline to get on the internet, so you had to go to Yahoo. All we had was Yahoo.
Yeah, all we had was Yahoo. And back in the day, you had the AOL free trials. You had your AOL Instant Messenger. That thing's fucking dead. That's a piece of history right there. AOL Instant Messenger.
And ICQ.
Oh, I lived on those. Well, ICQ's still around, actually.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that never went away. Because anybody can set it up. It's not like there's an ICQ company that just turned it off. Anybody can set up their own. But the AOL is just dead. Because,
Yeah, I didn't mention it because I thought it was dead. It was really popular. When I was in
Oh, it
like
is.
7th and 8th
Yeah, it was. Absolutely. I used it.
We use Yahoo Messenger a lot, me and my friends. That was
Oh,
like
yeah,
our
me
big
too.
communication.
Did they shut that one down too?
I don't know.
I don't know. I would assume so. MSN shut theirs down.
Yeah, we use that. I use that one infrequently.
I had all three of them because their people were scattered to the fucking four winds of the internet there. So I had all three of them. Maybe not always installed at once, but
Yeah.
AOL is actually older than me. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're that old. We're that old.
They used to send you like 12 CDs a month.
Oh god, yeah. You just
Yeah, because back in those days, your internet was rationed. You paid like $100 a month for like 120 hours of internet. Today, it's like,
Yeah.
holy fuck. Somehow, despite the laws of physics, time, and space, I would use that up in the course of a day and a half.
Yeah, AOL stands for America Online. It was an internet service. But they also had chat apps and stuff, but it was an internet service. So it's like wherever you get your internet from the telephone company.
This.
What?
Oh, they tore the bathroom garbage can apart.
I'm sorry. They're rambunctious today. So like whoever you get your internet from, that would be what AOL was. But back in the day, you had more choices, because it all ran through like telephone lines. So you would dial the phone number to AOL's phone number, and then they would charge you based on the time that you used, I think. I didn't have the internet back when AOL was around, so I don't know exactly how it worked. But I did have the internet when dial-up modems were around. So you just dial into the service that you wanted. And you could dial into any service, I think. Yeah, I think you could just dial into anywhere. Because it would charge your telephone line as though you were making a phone call. So if it was a local number, it was free to connect, but they'd send you a bill at the month, for connecting. And of course, the modem and stuff had to negotiate your access. Like, you couldn't just get free access to internet. I mean, well, okay, let me take that back. There were some places that you could get free access to internet, but that was different. it wasn't everybody's free. It was just some certain ones were. And that's crazy to think about too today, that you had free internet back then in some places. But AOL was one of these services. AOL sounds like a Sword Art Online parody. Life imitates art and art imitates life, right? But yeah, you had to use the phone to do it. You had to use the phone line because it was dial-up. And yeah, I mean, that was kind of it. And I believe she's right. I believe they charged you on time, but I never had it, so I couldn't tell you exactly. And it used to be very limited back in the day. They used to have local networks too. Like in the infancy of like internet access, you would have like local websites that you would access locally through a local network and shit. So like people would have message boards like in their house. They'd have a server with a message board, and you would dial the telephone number to that person's house to access that message board. Like, it was crazy back in the day. It was pretty open-ended. You could do almost anything. Like, as long as you connected a compatible modem to your telephone, you could just set up your own website and your own services to communicate through the telephone. It didn't have to be on the internet. It just had to be, hold on, music. Grab my music. Music. You didn't have to have internet access necessarily. Your phone line was like a free-form internet in a way. And you could just literally dial up somebody. Like multiplayer games back in the day, you literally had to dial the number in the game. It's wild, right? Yeah. You would dial the number in the game in these old games. So the prompt would come up. It'd be like, okay, type in the phone number of the person you want to play against, and it would use your modem to try to connect to them. Isn't that wild, right? Yeah. So you didn't have to have an internet connection. Now, you may still get charged because it counts as a phone call. And back in the day, the range of calls you could make were much more limited. Like now you have services that are like, oh, you can call anybody in the world for free. You just pay the $30 a month or the $50 a month and you can call anywhere in the world for free. Back in the day, that was not the case. If you called the next town over, you could get charged. So using these services could be costly still. But only because of the long distance charge. Now AOL will charge you for the service, but I'm talking about directly connecting one computer to the phone to another person's phone and computer. Like that was technically free as long as it was a local call. But if you had charged for long distance, you would get charged by the minute for it, and that could be very costly. But say you and the kid down the street wanted to play, I don't know, like the Bomberman, the old Bomberman game on PC, which was really good, Atomic Bomberman. I'm pretty sure you had to. I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones where you typed in the phone number in the game and it tried to dial it and shit like that. Yeah, you could literally just say, "Hey, Billy, I'm calling you on the phone. Hey, Billy, get your computer on, and hook up your modem in 10 minutes. You know, at just at 5 o'clock on the dot, I'm gonna try to connect to your computer, and so we can play Bomberman." And so you set up a time like that. You hang up the phone, you hook your modems up, and then you attempt to connect through the phone line, and like it worked. It wasn't fast, but it worked. Yeah, like back in the day, that's the stuff they did. I was just after that era when I got exposed to computers. It was actually a bit later. So I didn't have a computer until after that kind of era. Like they still had that functionality in the games around my time, but it was sort of waning off because people just had internet and it didn't matter anymore. They just had internet access. That kind of acted like a bridge for everybody anyway. Yeah, imagine handing out your phone number to play versus matches, and now they have your phone number and they can just call you and call you names. That's awful, isn't it? Eventually, around the time that I got a computer for the first time, people were starting to buy secondary phone lines just for internet. And so they would pay for the second phone line and use that for internet and keep that connected while they use the other phone line for calls. Yeah. Mom, your friend called. Hey, he's not my friend. Tell him I'm busy. Yeah. It was a whole different world back in the day, but you had a bit more freedom on what you can do. Actually, not even just a bit, a ton more freedom on what you could do. I kind of miss those days, to be quite honest. It was the real Wild West back then. Yeah. It just starts screaming at you. Random kid just calling you all sorts of names. That's the worst when it's just an anonymous person, you don't know who they are, and they just think they can say everything to you. Anyway, yeah, that's how it was back in the day. It was pretty wild. There was a lot more freedom. There were a lot more applications. Like, you didn't just have like Facebook and Twitter and whatever. You had hundreds of chat applications you could do. You could build your own. You could set up an IRC channel. Or server rather, and people could connect to you, and you can manage the chats. Like it was really nice back in the day, and now there just really isn't much of that. At least not widely accessible stuff. I mean, you could still always create your own chat application, but like, who's gonna use it? Like, you know, everybody uses Facebook or Twitter or whatever to communicate, but we just didn't have those back then. Internet forums were another big meeting place. That was another thing, like I said, where you could just set up your own and people could dial into it. And then eventually, you know, the internet became ubiquitous, and so you just set up your website, and then people could just go to the website and go on the forum, and it was a nice place to meet people and talk and also argue a lot, like we do on Twitter. It just migrated. Everything's the same, it just changed names. Kind of wish I lived in that era of the internet. I don't regret it. I really don't. I mean, you know, technology wasn't as great as it is now, but it was, for better or worse, to put it this way, for better or worse, there was a lot more freedom of what you could and couldn't do on the internet. I thought it was very fun. Nothing's changed whatsoever. Yeah, we're still arguing, whether it's forums or Twitter or Facebook, we're still yelling at each other. Perhaps even worse than before. Oh man, you've never seen an argument like a internet forum argument, though. Holy shit. And nobody, you didn't have your real identity attached to it. Like Facebook, it's kind of like, for the most part, everybody's got their real name attached to it. But man, back in the forum days, it didn't matter. You could make 12 accounts. They didn't know that was all the same person. And not that I ever really did that, but like ban evasion, you could just pretend to be someone else, register a new account, and now you got past the ban. I've done that before. I'll admit it, I've done that before. It's not the greatest era of the net. Was pretty slow and the flame wars were rough. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't want to go back technologically, but I did enjoy how open it was. At that point, it felt like anybody could make anything, and kind of it like the bar of entry was a bit lower for everybody in some regards. I mean, the bar for technological knowledge was high, but the bar for entry in terms of like just setting something up and it working, you know, and people being able to access it was, I think, a lot lower. And MySpace was sort of the first step to transitioning from anybody sets up anything they want to we have a place that you can set up some stuff, but we won't allow everything. And that paved the way to Facebook, where Facebook is like, we gave you your own page to put stuff that you want on there, except it's highly specialized and only certain stuff can go up, and we're going to police everything that's up there, and you don't have much freedom to do what you want. It moved along that progression. The barrier to entry, anybody can set up a Facebook page, but you can't do much with it. There's not much you can express yourself with it, you know what I mean? But MySpace kind of straddled the line there. Kind of had its...
GeoCities, babe!
Oh, GeoCities. Yeah, GeoCities, holy shit. GeoCities was a free website service. You could just make a website. It was free. They had a site builder, or you could program it yourself, and you could upload it, and you could basically upload pretty much anything. I mean, obviously there's some stuff they're gonna police, but it was pretty Wild West, man. You could do anything. You put it anything you want. You were the master. You had your own place. It was called GeoCities. But usually, the quality of the websites on GeoCities weren't very high because, number one, it was still a new thing for a lot of people at that point in time, and the internet technology wasn't crazy high. But the other thing is just that, you know, when you open the floodgates and anybody can make something on your platform, you're inevitably going to get a bunch of, you know, just crazy stuff. Like, look at Mario Maker. It was the Mario Maker of websites. It's the perfect analogy. Some people made really elaborate, really crafty Mario Maker levels, and some people just made shit posts that were Mario levels. You know what I mean? So you get that disparity of Mario Maker quality, but just apply it to websites. Sites were made of raw HTML. Back in the day, yeah, you did have the editor. The GeoCities editor would let you do it visually, but it did have its limitations. Oh, what is this game? Hello, yeah. This is Pocket Fighter EX. Hey, I know we're talking about websites and shit. We really lost the plot here, but it's a fighting game I'm making, based on Street Fighter and King of Fighters, and it's a-going. We're doing it. We're developing it, and we're putting the online in, and it's really tough, but we're getting there. You can do combos. How about that? And super moves and stuff like that. Here. Yeah, the last public version. Here's the link for it. You can go ahead and download it and try it out if you want. I was gonna say, I could try to explain everything in the game, but it would take a while. I'm getting kind of tired too. I'm actually getting a headache. But yeah, back in the day, man, things were crazy. They were really crazy. And now, of course, you've got website building tools now, but I don't know if there's any free ones out there. Most of the time you gotta pay. And, you know, web space isn't that expensive, but just the fact that you didn't have to pay for it, and you could make as many sites as you want.
Yeah,
like, it was great.
Just learn HTML code. I made my own.
But yeah, you could just use the editor, too. They had an editor. You didn't even need the HTML. I mostly did the HTML though. It was
I
better.
listened to your note.
You did?
I
Oh.
did.
Will the KOF, or will the game have KOF style, KOF like SDM? Man, I'm not. Is so DM's desperation move, right? That's like the level 1 super, but SDM's are like the level 3, right? I'm trying to remember. I only remember them as like level 1, level 2, level 3 supers. I don't think of them in terms of DM and SDM and all that. Like, you sort of have that here, if that's what you mean. So, 1 bar is an EX move. 2 bars is a super. And then 3 bars is a full power super. So you do have control over that. You can put more power into it if you've got more bars. And then when you're in max mode, they just do more damage, but they don't necessarily change. Oh, okay. SDMs are when you're low on health. No, you can access a level 3 at any time. You don't have to have a specific bar or a specific amount of health to do it. You can just do it. But what if Terry had a gun? Yo, that was so messed up. I had no idea KOF R2 had guns in it. It was so weird. Turning in for tonight, but thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for showing up, man. I was gonna say I can't be here too much longer, cause I'm headaches coming fast, man. But no Glock Bogard. Yeah, plus on Glock. That was so fucked up. Oh my god. I think that's the only. I think that's the only weapon in the game, though, because we never found any other ones. It was just really fun. Wait, I was joking. There's a KOF game with guns. Yes, yes. KOF R2 on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. You can equip an item, and one of them is literally a gun. Yeah, Whip's got a gun too, right? Yeah. But I mean, like, any character can equip it. You can put it on anybody. It actually adds a special move. It's a down forward punch, and it actually adds it. I think it will overwrite, like if you have Power Wave, like a down forward punch, I think it just replaces Power Wave. It's so funny. We did a stream on that a while back when KOF R2 came out on the Switch, when those ports came out. It's super funny. But I don't have it hooked up right now, so I couldn't show you. Bison with a gun. Bison's the kind of dick that probably would... I don't know. You'd think like he would want to use a gun? But then maybe not. Maybe he's so full of himself he thinks he never needs one. Alright, I'll turn the light out in a minute. Let me close it out. I won't be here too much longer. You give Chandra Street Fighter Alpha gun as a special intro, like if Bison gets in the game, maybe? I don't know. It is kind of funny. Oh, yeah, it's he would summon a doll to shoot for him. Yeah, probably. I feel like Bison wants to pretend that his power is so absolute that he doesn't need a gun. I think I would make that association with Bison, because you never see him with a gun. You never see him with anything but his own power. And sure, he gets his power by sort of cheating, and that's just part of who Bison is, because he's still a bad guy. He's still kind of a cheater. But at the same time, he seems to have absolute confidence in it, to the point that he won't use guns. So, yeah, I don't think Bison would use a gun. I think he'd be too arrogant to do so. It's Bison Day now. Oh no, yeah, you're right, it's Tuesday. It's now flipped midnight here. It's Bison Day. Yeah, anyway, so, yeah, I'm just refreshing it because it's getting laggy in the editor. Something's building up in the background. Oh no, the broken snow stage. I don't know why I tried to fix the snow. For like, I tried for like an hour to fix the snow and I still don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know why it's doing that. It's so messed up. It's when I changed the coordinate system on it to the fixed math. Not necessarily because there was any real reason to, but it was just more convenient to do it that way, the way the system's set up. It's only snowing on Ryu. Yeah, for real, right? I'll fix it eventually. If I have to, for the beta, I'll just turn it off. And then we can fix it later. Like, it's not a high priority issue. Especially with the amount of time I've already sunk into it. Trying to figure out what's wrong with it. So, it's no big deal. We'll fix it eventually. But I'm more worried about, I don't know, the thing working at all, I guess. Or any kind of gameplay bugs are going to take precedence. Can you add Bison and give him his Mack Truck Super? Just, can you fucking imagine? It just starts playing the clip from the movie. It's a cinematic super. He goes off screen, and it just starts playing the clip from the movie. Fucked up. Is it scaled properly? Oh, the snow? I think that's the problem. I think there's something where it's just not, I don't know, it's just not registering the right position somehow. And it's only generating them within a 1x1 space. But the parent object is scaled correctly, so I really don't know. I don't know if we can afford the musical rights to the works of a band such as prestigious as Korn. Yeah, right? Dude, Street Fighter 2 anime movie was super legit good, though. It was really, really good. Even with all the American replaced music. I don't know, it's just kind of really good, though. Curious, are you going to more frames, or one more frame at least, in Terry's Buster Wolf hair animation? Oh, yeah, I probably should do that, right? I've been thinking about it. Where it's static, right? It doesn't flap in the wind. Yeah, I should add that. You're right. Yeah. Well, I add Tekken sprites. Well, there are no Tekken sprites to add. I'd have to draw them. I'm not entirely opposed to potentially adding other characters, or other series characters, but at this point, there's so many characters from Street Fighter and KOF that it's not like really necessary. But there's a lot of characters already that we can pull from. I don't feel any pressure to pull from other sources. I will say though, my vision for the game is a consistent world, and what I mean by that, how do I want to say it? A consistent world is like where we don't add Samurai Shodown characters because that's from a different time period, so they don't interact in that way. Or like Darkstalkers, it's like a completely different thing. It's like monsters and magic and shit. It's not really Street Fighter-y. So I wouldn't mix and match those ones. Because I want a consistent sort of like world. But I think a game like Tekken fits in the Street Fighter and KOF world. Like, it just fits. They're kind of like the same thing, in a way. They're modern-ish era martial arts. People got some you know, key powers here and there, but it's not like anything crazy, right? I know Nakaruru time traveled to come into KOF 14, but I still wouldn't do it. No, no Cham Cham. No, stop it. Stop it. Everybody stop. Yeah, we're gonna have a boss. We're gonna have an arcade mode and a boss. After this game, make Marvel vs. Capcom 2 EX. No, no Morgan. I feel like Darkstalkers is kind of like a different world than Street Fighter and stuff. They just don't really mesh tonally. Not to mention the different gameplay style. I mean, that didn't stop CVS2 or whatever, but I just... not the kind of game I'm looking to make. I want something that tonally is all together. It's like if I ever wanted to make like an extensive story mode, like, how the fuck would you write Morgan into Street Fighter? Like, how would that even work? I know she's in Match the Millennium, but that's just not the kind of thing I'm doing. It just, I don't know. For me, it just, that's not what I want to do with it. I'd like to have a consistent world. No, no Mortal Kombat. I'm not a, number one, not a fan of Mortal Kombat. Number two, I think it falls under the same thing, where it's just, they're very different world views. No, no, the answer is no. No, it's just no. It's just no. I've long decided this a long time ago. It's not changing now. I understand that everybody would be pleased, but it is what it is. I think there's more than enough characters we can take just from Street Fighter alone, where we don't have to touch any other franchise anyway. Rock Howard, maybe? I like Rock. That's a possibility. Again, I'm not getting ahead of myself and planning characters beyond the first initial 8 here yet. But I think Rock would be an alright fit. Would I add Akuma or Sagat? Back in the day, we used to call him Sagat. Sagat. I think Akuma's an inevitability. I don't think this game is going to last too long without having Akuma in it. Not that I mean that nobody's going to play it, but I mean... Akuma's a quintessential Capcom character, like, eventually. Yeah. How did this turn into a character request stream all of a sudden? I don't know about Sagat. I'm a little iffy on Sagat. Not because I don't like Sagat. I actually like Sagat quite a bit. I just feel like if I prioritize diversifying the game's playstyles for the, you know, if we get past the first set of characters, I don't think Sagat fits that goal. I request long hair Geese Howard, you know, the pre-weeb phase before Rio beat the brakes off him. Beat the brakes off him. That's what. Never heard it said like that. Dan or Sakura, maybe. Yeah, I think they fall under that same thing. Where if I'm going to add characters with similar playstyles, it would probably be much later. I would want to diversify the game first before I get into that. I have an idea of what I would do with Sakura. For sure. I'm a big fan of her, so it's something I've thought about, but I can't guarantee that it's going to happen. Yeah, there is a single Sagat sprite in Match of the Millennium. Yeah, it's in the records menu for the mini games, and you can see him on there. Well, I add Evil Ryu, maybe at some point, but it wouldn't be for a long time. It wouldn't be Kage. I don't like Kage. Kage's lame. He's like really dumb. Like Kage's entire story mode is people making fun of him and beating the shit out of him. Like Kage's not cool at all. He's like dollar store evil Ryu. So if I add evil Ryu, it will be evil Ryu. It will not be Kage. It will just be straight up evil Ryu. But that's still an if. Rio should be raising Rock by the rules of Southtown. He's his daddy now. Rock just wasn't around at that point. You know, Rio moved on. And now it's Terry's turn. He's gonna pick up the pieces. Wow, that was really stuttery. Sutton's eating up my CPU here. We've got like YouTube spine in the back, don't we? Let's close some of these windows. Oh, and yeah, Garou is still playing. No wonder my CPU's getting eaten up alive. I'm playing 2 games at once. Like, no wonder it's stuttering. Jesus. Okay, yeah, there we go. It's playing better now. Should have 2 variants of Akuma, like Akuma and Oni. I think if Akuma's gonna begin, it makes sense that he would be a secret boss. So there'd be at least a Shin Akuma, I would imagine. I think it makes sense to do that. Kage is just horny Ryu. I can see why you say that. Grandpa Mr. Karate could step in, make up for being an absent father who has outdated ideas about a woman's place. Yeah, he told Yuri that she shouldn't fight because she's a woman, and Yuri's like, fuck you, I'm gonna go learn how to fight anyway. And then she did. That's legit. That is literally the story of Yuri. It's fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, I would say any kind of like boss character should be unlockable, if just for the fun of it, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to use them in online. I wouldn't want you to just stomp people online with boss characters. But I think it makes sense to allow people to play as the boss characters. Like the broken versions. I think it would be cool. He taught her only defensive tactics as a bare bones replacement for Mace. She came up with offense on her own. Yeah, that's true. Will I add Dan? I don't know. I like joke characters. I think it's a possibility, but I'm not gonna say for sure that, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna add Dan. I'll think about it. I think Dan's cool. I like Dan. He's funny. I think joke characters are important for fighting games. Even if they're like intentionally made bad, I still think they're cool. Because sometimes you just want to like beat up lower level players with Dan and laugh. Like, it's just a thing, right? I like Sean. Is his name Sean or Shane? I can't remember. I think it's Sean. Third Strike. I think he's cool. He's kind of like a half joke character because he's a little goofy, but he's also very serious in what he does. And while you could technically describe Dan as that too, I think Dan just kind of like, I don't know, Dan just doesn't have quite the same drive. He wants all the success, but he doesn't want to put in the work, where Sean is very driven. And he's just a young fighter. It's not that he's not good, he's just young. Rio is a bitch who can't be real about his love for his androgynous queen king. Yeah, he's a little shy about that, I guess, huh? Give him a teddy bear outfit. I don't know if we'll have time to do alternate outfits. Kyo will be the only exception because I really like the jacket Kyo, and that's the one we're gonna put in. But for other characters, I don't know if we'll have time to do whole costumes. Yeah. What? What are you screaming for? Which one is it? Here. Is it Fuzzle? Come here. Here. Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. Run up here. There we go. Good kitty. What are you crying for? Hmm? You want attention? What? Yeah, you like sitting up here. You're not going to make any noises now, though, because I'm holding you. Yeah, what's that? You see the screen? She sees... That cat sees the characters on the screen, just staring at them. What's that? What's that? You can jump at it? Okay, go on down. Go on. Yeah, go on. There you go. Good boy. Or girl? I don't know. I think they got together after KOF 11. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know if they were actually like a thing, or they're still doing them being shy to each other about it. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm still floating a whole bunch of character ideas in my head, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to decide in the moment, and then we'll reveal them as that happens. But I'm going to prioritize, again, doing, diversifying the playstyles in the game. Oh yeah, we're adding online right now. We're going to have rollback netcode. Yeah, we're we're literally in the middle of programming the rollback right now. That was part of, earlier we were going over that. If you make Ryu and Akuma, would Evil Ryu be easy to make as a derivative from the two, like that test Ryu you showed? I would say no, and the only reason that I say that is, while the animations are similar, they would still have to be timed uniquely for Evil Ryu. And I would also want Evil Ryu to have his own nuance to him, if I put him in. So no, I would just reanimate him from the ground up. I might pull some of the hitbox data and modify it from the other characters. Like I did that with Ken, where like the Shoryukens have virtually identical hitbox data, you know, for the size and positioning and all that. The damage values are different, and I had to, you know, create a few more hitboxes for Ken's. But I could save some time doing that, but it won't save like a hell of a lot of time. We had special character intros. Yes, we already have them. Here, watch. Yeah, we'll do the team mode. Here. So I pick Ken on one team, pick Terry on the other team, and Ryu and Ken. Here, watch. Oh wait, no, it's not gonna work because the KOs don't work anymore. Hold on. Let me pull up an old version. That has it. Before I started messing with the code, I should have one somewhere here. Jeez, let's see. Does this one still have it? Yeah, this is before I started ripping out the code here. Hold on. Yeah, it has a hat intro. Yeah. Here we go. Yes, we'll go to versus, we'll go to team. Ken and Terry and Ken and Ryu have their special intros. So here, watch. Here we go. See? So then let me knock him out and you can see Ryu's here. Oh, it wasn't enough. Alright, well, whatever. Here, now watch the one between Ken and Ryu. See, got special intros. I mean, not every character will have an intro with every other character, but for the most part, I wanna do the obvious ones. So like Kyo and Iori will have one. I guess Kyo and Ryu will have one. You know, like Terry and Ken have one. And then let's see, who else? Who else in the base roster? I guess Chun-Li and Mai would have one. So here, if it's the same character, then they just do their normal one. How long does it take to sprite a character compared to programming? A very long time. It depends. Like I can do some animations, but for the most part, I get help with the animations. I mean, I could technically do them all eventually, but it's just way too much time. So programming them alone takes about 2 to 3 months. And then doing the animations kind of depends on the characters. Or not the character, but the person doing it, right? So, like, the people I got helping me can animate way faster than I can. So I usually leave that to them for the most part. Terry's kind of shy with Blue Mary. We know Andy's presented as a good, pure Mormon boy. Yeah, sort of, right? Which special intro will you add with Ryu and Kyo? The one from CVS or Match of the Millennium? That's a good question. I've thought about that, and like, I don't know. The one from CVS is kind of boring. Because all he does is, like, shoot fire at him. But the one from Match of the Millennium, they're fighting, like, before the round, right? I don't know. Although that one almost feels a little overblown, so maybe I'll do something original. Maybe I'll think about an original one to put in. Yeah, if Geese ever gets in, Terry and Geese need one. In the Fatal Fury timeline, Rio rejected King, adopted a Brazilian kid, and went to live in a Canadian mountain? What? Oh, are you serious? Oh, that's weird. Why? What? Why? That's really strange. That's really strange. Why Canada? What? That's so weird. Really? And that's butt? Dude, really? Dude, that's so strange. I mean, he could still be with King and still adopt a kid, though. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's crazy. I never knew that. Will Ryu ever finally be a man and ask Chun-Li out? Or is he still hobo living in the woods? I don't think Chun-Li, or I don't think Ryu likes Chun-Li that way. And I don't think Chun-Li likes Ryu that way. I think that's just a fanon thing. I think fans just want it to happen. But there's never been anything in the game to suggest that that's actually the case. I think people just like, oh, well, they're the main characters, right? So of course they have to... Of course they have to hook up. I don't think that's the case. I don't think Capcom intends for that to be a thing at all, ever. Ryu is his big toe. Kind of. He's like, look, I don't got time for any of this. I just want to train and better myself and be the best man I can be, and I just don't care about women. Yeah, kinda. Chun and Guile were more of a thing, even though Guile is a family man. Yeah, because they get the same line of work and they're always working together. Yeah. Yeah, I think if Guile wasn't married, I think everybody in the fandom would be like, oh yeah, that one makes sense. Because they're always around each other. Now here's another thing, and I've heard this floated around a lot, and it's kind of a touchy subject, but I absolutely believe this is probably true because of just the way things are in Japan. Japan wouldn't want the Japanese mascot marrying a Chinese woman. It's just a thing there. They're very insular. They want the Japanese to marry the Japanese. They don't like what they consider half-breeds. They would want Ryu to stay pure Japanese. It's just how the Japanese are. It's kind of it's a very insular culture. And, you know, things change and progress with time, but, you know, you get incidences where, like, what was it? Was a Japanese beauty pageant or something? And one was a half Korean girl. And she ranked real high, or she won or something. And they went crazy about it. They're like, she's not really Japanese, she's Korean. How come she's Miss Japan? And, you know, she's a Hafu. We don't want Hafus winning our beauty contest. She's not Japanese. You know, shit like that. You know, when you see shit like that, then you start to understand, like, oh, that's how this goes. Like, okay. It's they think Japanese should stay with Japanese. Like, not every single person in Japan thinks that, but it's a pretty wide-reaching thing there. So, I mean, I've heard people talk about it too. They're like, yeah, there's no way they're gonna hook Ryu up with Chun. Like, well, let's be real about this. And yeah, no, it kind of checks out. It's kind of how they do things there. Americans, they kind of give a little leeway to, for whatever reason. But they still look down on, like, the half Japanese, half Americans there. But, like, the relationship between America and Japan is pretty, has always been pretty, I was gonna say, the pre-war were not too great, but, like, in the last, I don't know, 50 years, 40 years, like, the relationship between America and Japan has been pretty good. So, for whatever reason, that kind of gets, like, it's not preferred, but it's, like, okay. But, like, other racial relations for Japan, they just don't like it. They're just really weird about it. Yeah, Sakura's 18 now, right? Yeah, Ken is Mel's dad. Ken and Eliza are married, and they had Mel. And Eliza, yeah, is Guile's estranged wife's sister or something. Is that it? Is it Guile's wife's sister is Eliza? Something like that. They're related in some way. It is a confusing relationship, but yeah, there's some sort of connection between Eliza and Guile's wife. I don't know what Guile's wife's name is. I don't know, did they ever actually name her? I think they did in the comics, actually. Nude on comics, at least. I'm sure there's an official name somewhere. But yeah, my money is you'll never see Chun-Li and Ryu being a thing. I don't think that they match up to begin with, but yeah, for other cultural reasons, probably not gonna happen. Maybe not for a while, unless Japan gets a little more progressive about those things. It's something. It's a shame it's the way it is, but it unfortunately is still that way. No, Dudley's not a joke fighter. Dudley's a serious fighter. No, look, it's not the fact. Street Fighter's gonna have fighters from all around the world, but it's one thing to have a character from another nationality in your game is separate from that character hooking up with the Japan representative in that game. Like, there's a different connotation there, and it doesn't always go so well with the way that people think over there. You got to be very careful about the distinction there. Can't wait for Akuma to be broken. Well, there will. If Akuma gets in, most likely he's going to end up being a boss, so you'll have a Shin Akuma to play with. Oh, I was gonna say, wait, why didn't that EX come out? But I pressed the heavy kick before I pressed the back. I guess that's why it didn't come out. I gotta be a little more precise with my inputs here. I think that's one of the main reasons as to why mine and Andy aren't shown together. Yeah, I guess, right, Andy's an American boy, right? I don't know, like, he's an orphan, though, so I'm not... Wait, or is he? No, he's not an orphan, that's right. No, he's Jeff Bogard's kid, so, yeah, he would be an American with a Japanese lady. But, it's... I'm not saying that's an impossible, too, but the general... The general attitude there is a bit different than what you might expect from other countries. That's all I'm saying. It plays a part. You're always going to get, some people and creators are going to be more progressive about it than others, but it's still a big thing there, unfortunately. Yeah, Rio's got Shinsho. Oh, hold on. It's a level 3 only. And he's American, right? Yeah, right. Raised in China and lives in Italy. Yeah, I don't know about that whole, like, his stage being Italy. I don't know about that. Maybe there is actually some war there. I always thought that was a little strange. And then the Fatal Fury stage in KOF 94 was Italy too, I think. It was very weird. I always thought that was strange. Once Ryu hits, it's a death combo. Kind of! Ryu's got a lot of explosive punishing power, as long as he's got meter. Oh, almost. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I didn't have enough meter. There we go. That's the one. Oh! Let that one rip on someone online. No think twice. Let's see. Ryu's also got Kakufubatsu, which you can. Ah! It's so slow. I'm mistiming it. You can parry a move just like in Street Fighter V, and then you get to do a full crumple combo. So unlike Street Fighter V, you can actually do something with it. Hold on, let me do it right here. See, you can let loose and do all sorts of stuff. He doesn't necessarily have a V trigger, but he's got Denjins and Power Max mode. It's similar. He can charge for 3 different levels of attack and stun. But he can also guard break, just like in Street Fighter V. But the guard break is a lot more useful in this one. Now the other thing you're thinking, okay, well what if they want to attack you? Or you could just roll through it, right? Well, not exactly. So, let me do this. You can backdash cancel your charge to punish any kind of evasion or attack. So it's far more potent than Street Fighter V's. So you could fake him out. You could either go for it, or fake him out and do something else. Should be a pretty powerful tool for him. At least I hope so. Will you make characters have death combo? No, if I can help it, I will stop that from being a thing. The only character so far, surprise, that had a death combo was Ryu, but 2 things. One, I removed it, and the other thing was it was impossible to pull off in a real match. Because you would have had to have had full resources and Kakufubatsu already loaded. And you would have to like hit like a full super in the corner. Like you'd have to hit a full charge unblocked in the corner into Kakufubatsu and to doing all this other shit. And it was just not something that was realistic to happen. You could get a lot of damage like this. And I'm gonna nerf that too a little bit. I'm gonna make it so that because this doesn't actually scale like a super. So that's what I want to do. I want to make this scale as though it was a super. Because right now you can do a lot of damage with it under right circumstances. Like this is an okay combo, but being able to cancel this in the super is a little much sometimes. I don't know if I want to leave the super cancel in. I think it's pretty cool, but then you get damage like that and you're like, man, I don't know. It's a bit much. Like in the corner here, you can still do pretty high damage. Oh wait, hold on, I messed it up. Hold on, I gotta refresh my Kakufubatsu here. Like, oh shit, hold on. I gotta do that again. There we go. You could do this, but I think I'm gonna nerf it. Like, it's really super high damage. But you would have to get hit by the full thing, and have Kakufubatsu, and have 3 bars of super. It's very unrealistic that it would ever happen in a match. Even if you did have all those resources, the character would probably be at least half dead already anyway, which you could have killed them with any other bunch of combo that you could have done, so it's almost negligible. Which Kyo will you use? I'm going to base it off of the Nest Kyo. So he, this is the new HUD I've been working on. But if we check, oh that's desktop. We want to go to Ryu, and then Kyo, and here. So we're going to use the jacket one. We edited Kyo into his jacket. And so that's going to be the basis. I'm going to pull inspiration from all the versions of Kyo. Make them a little bit different than any one specific version, but yeah. Which Akuma will you use? What do you mean, which Akuma? You mean like between Street Fighter V and the classic Akuma? It is classic Akuma hands down. Street Fighter V's Akuma look is dumb. I'm sorry. You make Kyo Stage 94 one. Probably not. I don't know. I already started working on this 98 stage. Where's stages? Stages. I don't know if it's here or work in progress. Saka. I don't know what I called it now. Japan Street 98. Here we are. Yeah, I already started working on this one. So probably this one. What even is his stage in 94? What is it? I don't even remember it. I don't know about what stages I'm going to add beyond a few. So if Akuma gets in, I have no idea what stage I want to add. Actually, you know what? Akuma's second impact stage was really good. Akuma's second impact stage was really cool. The other one that I think would actually be fitting for Akuma would be the in CVS 1, there was a stage with the crumbling statues in the water. That one's really cool. That gives me Akuma vibes. That's pretty neat. Well, right, there's a difference between there's a difference between having Ryo have non-Japanese friends and like Ryo marrying someone. Like, it's a little different. There's a different connotation there. And SNK in general seems to be a bit more open-minded about it. I'm just saying that it would roll some eyes in the audience in Japan. It's just how it is there. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's definitely not a good thing. It's just how it is. Japan's just that way. Yeah, I think the Japanese American mix kind of gets glossed over a bit, but other mixes, they're like, like Koreans, they hate Koreans over there. It's so weird. Like, they hate Korea. They don't like Koreans being there. There are people there that don't consider Koreans Japanese citizens. Like, it's just how they are. It's not good. It's just how it is. It's just weird. It's just weird. I'm just telling you what is and isn't. I'm not making a judgment here. You plan on adding cameos in the back end of the stage? Yeah, I think so. I think we should add cameos. And we have a couple already. I don't have a lot of time to do a lot of the drawings, so we don't have very many NPCs, but we do have a couple. Yeah, that's the word, I guess. Xenophobic, right? Where they only like themselves and don't really like people on the outside. Yeah, that's the word, I guess. It just is. They just are. It's not right. It's not good. It's just they just are. So here, oh, I'm sorry. On the other side of the stage, I put Marco in this stage because it's like a jungle stage. But I think I'm gonna make a different stage for the Metal Slug cameos. I've got a different idea. Can you add Akuma's Temple of Ascension from Street Fighter V? It's not a terrible stage, but I think Akuma's had better stages than that. I wouldn't necessarily mind to add a stage from a different game, you know, that doesn't already have a stage in Pocket Style. But I feel like there's better choices for Akuma than Temple of Ascension. It's not a terrible stage, but I feel like in general, Street Fighter V stages aren't as good as they had been in the past. Can you add Terry's monkey in a wind pose? We thought about it. And that's actually why this monkey is here. So at least in this stage, there's a monkey running around. But we did float the idea that in this stage, if Terry wins, that the monkey could jump on his shoulder. We just never got the time to put that in yet. Will I add Blanca into the jungle? That's probably... Blanca would be a decent cameo to have, right? It really comes down to if I have the time to do the cameos, you know, because it takes a bit to draw them and put them back there. And so the nighttime stage for this one, we've got Theo in the corner over here. And they're not animated or anything, and the sprites come from Match of the Millennium. I just colored them and put them in the background. I had to shrink them down too. I had to scale them down and sort of redraw parts of them. They're a little too big to fit in the background. But hello, yeah, Black Kurohige, which means Blackbeard, I think, right? D Teach, yeah, big One Piece fan here. So definitely welcome username in chat. Well, the stages have mid-match transitions like KOF. I'm going to not do time of day transitions, so I think they slightly don't make sense. And I also like keeping a consistent time of day. But there will be changes between rounds on some stages. Now the snow stage actually has that, but you can't tell right now because the snow's all glitched out. I haven't fixed it yet, but the levels of snow and the wind change between rounds currently. What do you have fun working on the most? That's a good question. I don't know. Like, I have fun with like a lot of it, so it's hard to say. Maybe sequencing the animations in the game and building the characters, putting all the sprites together and the hitboxes. That might be the most fun part. Add more trains? Look, I got more trains coming. You want more trains? Hold up. We got more trains. Where is it? Might be in the other folder. Yeah, you want more trains? We got more trains coming. I'm working on this one too. I guess this will be Iori's stage. I don't know. It's kind of sort of Iori's stage in KOF 98. I just realized though that I have like 4 train stages now. Can we see some leaks? Well, I want to try to keep the stages relevant to the characters. I know I just kind of willy-nilly added a bunch in the beginning. So, like, I wouldn't just throw Gil's stage in for no reason. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like this stage. This one's good. I had to expand on it a lot, but I've got I got the animations here. I had to animate these parts. And the train here, the train in the middle, here it is. I've got different I've got different zoom in levels on it so it can come in and out like between rounds. That'll be cool. I think that'll be neat. So it functions basically like it does in 98. Will Pack Fighter EX have Capcom and SNK fighters only for now? Yeah. I could potentially see adding maybe a Tekken and maybe like a Fighting EX layer character, but I'm not gonna promise it. I think there's so many characters between Capcom and SNK that will keep me busy for a long time. I don't see a need to start jumping into other franchises right now. But if later I get a bug up my ass to add a Tekken character, it might work. Might be possible. I'm praying for Skullmate. No, look, keep your expectations in check. I'm just saying, if I were to pick other series, they'll probably be the only two that I would pick from. If I were to pick from those. But I don't see a need for it because there's so many good Capcom and SNK characters that we could be here all day and then some adding characters from those two and be perfectly fine. Because there's so many of them. But like I said before, I want to keep it like a consistent world to the game. So those would be the only two that I both like and feel that they fit the world. So like, you know what I mean? I don't really like DOA and stuff, so I wouldn't bother adding those. But what's like, I wouldn't just like start grabbing people from Smash, you know what I mean, and throwing them in. They just don't mix. They're not like the same world. What's your underrated favorite character in SNK? Oh, that's a good question. At one point, but maybe not now. At one point, I think Vanessa was underrated. And that would have been my answer. But I don't think that today that she's necessarily underrated. I think she's gotten a lot more shine lately. So I don't know. Today, I'm not sure. But at one point, Vanessa was very underrated, I think. So that would be my answer. I just don't know if that remains true right now. Alright, let's see. Second impact stage. What do we got? Oh yeah, this is a good stage too. Shermie is not Shermie is underrated. Well, maybe as like, she's very popular for her design, but maybe she's underrated as like a fighter in the game. But I don't think that I don't think Shermie is an underrated character from like a standpoint of everybody knows who Shermie is and everybody likes Shermie. So I don't know about that. Like as a gameplay, Shermie might be underrated, but yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean, right? Yeah, I don't mind stages like this. These are pretty cool. I don't know if I would add Yun or Yang to warrant putting it in, but it's definitely one that looks good. I like just the kind of perspective on it. It would definitely fit if we had the characters to support it. Yeah, has a trolley, almost a train. Gotta keep them trains coming, right? Guy Tendo is underrated. Wait, who's Guy Tendo? Goken and Rose are underrated. I think Rose was underrated until she showed up in Street Fighter V. Well, also, she was way more underrated before Luffy won that tournament. He won Capcom Cup, I think, for that? But now, I think she's not underrated. A different guy, right? Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? Did I lose the plot? Hold on. No, G-A-I, not Guy, G-U-I, but G-A-I. I don't know who Guy Tendo is. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. Is that Street Fighter or? Oh no, it's SNK. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, this guy. Yeah, I have no idea who this is. No clue. I've seen him. I don't know if he's he's a KOF 11. I've seen him, but I had no idea who he is. No clue. But Guy the Ninja is from Street Fighter. What am I? I'm getting a lot of questions today. That's fine. I like answering questions. What do I think about Street Fighter V's Luke? Yeah, I talked about this. Yesterday or last week. Luke's gameplay looks interesting, but he himself as a character doesn't quite have much magic to him. So I don't know. We'll see how he develops. It kind of seems like his trailer was hinting that he has some story importance of some sort, but they only tease the potential of that, and there's nothing to show for it yet. So I don't know. He looks all right. I like his projectile move is cool. His moves look okay. He's got DP. He's got big long reach projectile. He's got his little like overhead tumble kick thing. It's kind of cool. I've expected for a while for Street Fighter to kind of break into adding like MMA fighters, and I think there's potential for more than one MMA fighter in the game. You know, with all the different styles and representation they can get out of it. So that's fine. Like Abel was kind of in that camp too. He was kind of MMA, but Abel was really boring as a character. His gameplay was nice, but he was really boring. So I think Luke has the potential to fall into that camp too. Like his gameplay might be neat, but he himself seems a little boring. He looks like Adon mixed with Ken. He does. Yeah, his character design just not much to it. Like and that can be okay because Street Fighter doesn't typically put a lot of they don't usually get too crazy with it. Like sometimes you'll get a jury here and there, but classic Street Fighter designs have been always pretty reserved. They've always pretty normal-ish. Like look at Makoto. It's a girl in a gi. She wears her bandana as a scarf instead of putting it on her head. Okay, that's cool, fine, great, but it's not complicated. Look at Laura. Laura is a quintessential Capcom design. It's just a girl in a gi, and she's got some bracelets, and her hair is styled a certain way. Like, it doesn't have to be complicated. You know, like, a lot of the good Street Fighter designs aren't very complicated at all. Like, Q is just a guy in a trench coat with a mask. Like, it's not very complicated, but it's still cool, you know what I mean? Or Akuma. Akuma's literally just the same as Ryu, just with different hair and a different face, so, but it's still cool, right? So it's not so much that Luke looks boring as a character design, but he just doesn't do anything interesting. Like, part of the way the characters are made unique is not just from what they look like, but how they move. And Street Fighter V in general has had the problem of the character animations just aren't very interesting or expressive. So he's double dipping on the negativity here. His design's not very unique to look at, and he doesn't move very unique. Like, there's nothing fancy about his animations. There's no, at least from what we've seen, and I don't expect it to change, but you know, and we don't have like special intros anymore. So how do we know how he feels about other characters or how he interacts with other characters? You can't even see that because they don't have special intros. So he's just there. That's it. He's Luke. He's got a certain kind of gameplay and he's just there. And it's unfortunately, that's about all we're going to get out of him, I think. They won't do a strive art style for Street Fighter 6. It's just not the way Capcom rolls. They're not gonna do it. They don't really go full realism, but they don't ever want to take Street Fighter into complete anime territory, it feels like. I think Alpha was as close as we got, and that was it. But they seem very resistant on just throwing it in there, like... It just doesn't... I don't think it's ever going to look like an anime, like a TV anime. I thought the mystery character was going to be Kyo, Morgan, or Ingrid. Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of people were thinking, myself included, I was thinking, like, they're being so secretive about this, there's a high chance that this could be a crossover character. And if it's a crossover character, well, Capcom's been working with SNK quite a bit lately. They got together and released Match of the Millennium for the Neo Geo Pocket Color, you know, and that was a big deal. And they even said, we're like, yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. And SNK's been getting their characters in all these other games, and it's like, I don't know, there's a good chance, and then that didn't happen. So, yeah, that was a dead end, unfortunately. They kind of made the same mistake they did this time as they did with DiCaprio in Street Fighter 4. They hyped up the last character. Oh yeah, it's going to be a new character. They've never been in a Street Fighter before, and blah 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 blah. And we get it, and people are like, it's a fucking Cammy clone. What is this? And granted, DiCaprio is actually a pretty good character, but the initial reaction is just like, oh my god, they put a Cammy recolor in as the last character. They hyped it up this much, and this is what they presented? And I kind of have to agree, they kind of pulled the same thing again. Everybody got so super hyped. If they had said from the beginning, the 5th character is going to be a brand new character, we're just not ready to show his design yet. That's all they had to say. It would have managed everybody's expectations, and everybody would be happy right now. Or at least not angry. But they didn't do that. They hyped it up to the moon, and then everybody's like, what the fuck is a Luke? It was not what we expected. Alright, let's see. Can these fine folks appear in a stage background? Okay, let's see. What? Oh, get in the link. Here we go. the Hugo ones. I don't know. I don't know where they would fit. I don't think there's any stage in the game right now where they would fit in as a background character. I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it, but just, I don't know where they would go. Maybe we'll get a new CVS? I don't know. Street Fighter's been always a little weird where they don't really add guest characters. So that's just kind of been a thing. So I guess I'm not too surprised that we didn't get one. I figured maybe they'd open up a little bit. But apparently not. So I don't know. CVS 3, possibility, maybe. I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, I could see them potentially pulling in a crossover from another fighting game in their own company before potentially doing an outsourced. Oh, who's this now? Got another link. Oh, the people in the back. I wouldn't mind putting Sean in, though. I think he's a cool character. He's definitely on my table for consideration. Oh, yeah, the little monkey, too, on the top, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't mind putting NPCs in, either. It just takes time to develop them. If I had more people that could draw characters for me, both that can draw the characters in a quality manner and also can get them, you know, pumped out, I wouldn't mind putting more in. And that people don't seem to be interested in drawing cameos, though. They all want the bigger tasks, so I've been left with nothing to program. I need a grappler. Yes, I do. Absolutely. That is the number one thing the game needs for the second wave of characters. I'm trying to learn how to spray. It's tough, man. It's not easy. It's not easy. Alright, my headache's turned into a migraine. I'm gonna have to go. I'm sitting here and my eyes hurt, my mouth hurts. Yeah, it's one of those migraine where like your teeth hurt for no reason. It's pretty bad. So, I hate to, but I'm gonna have to dip. But thanks everybody for hanging out with me today. We got, here's the link to the, yeah, go rest. Here's the link to the current public version and the Discord too. And my show link. So, if you want to support my personal efforts in game development, I do have Patreon. That helps me pay for software licenses and helps me dedicate more time to doing programming and development and all the other stuff. So if you'd like to check that out, I'd be eternally grateful. And yeah, thank you, and thanks everybody for hanging out. It's fun. I like answering the questions and thinking about the characters and the design and all that. I mean, obviously, I guess just is what it is. So, hey, we got other streams here. So on Thursday, I do a platforming game. I know it's not quite a fighting game, but if you like old school platforming stuff, we work on that stuff on Thursday. When I say we, Tim shows up sometimes for those, so sometimes that one is a we. And on Thursday, I end up playing a game. That's the only gameplay we got. Gameplay day in the schedule, but that's fine. So if you want to stop on by always at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, then that's cool too. And then I've got people from Patreon. I got names to read off. So thanks to Alex Smith, Mugen, It's Chomp, David Leonard, Garen Johnson, Cameron Weil, Very Next, Wakened Emperor, Angel, Mike Cruz, Taryn Williams, Bryce Nagalingam, AJ, Outstein, Grey Spirit, Mega Keo, Miles Griffin, Ben K, D Money 107, and LD Walker. Thank you guys very, very much. Like I said, you helped me dedicate more time to this and helps with the streaming software and all that. Can we have another fan game gameplay during Sunday? Mega Man Uprising was fun yesterday. Yeah, if there's any good ones out there, send them my way and I'll take a look at them. I can't.
Somebody's upset that I have to get up.
Oh, hello, Custard. Oh, he's purring already. Hello. What you doing? Oh, you're a good boy. Yeah. That's the new kitty. It's Custard. Oh, he wanted down. Away he goes. Yeah, he's in a play mood. I don't have Red Earth. They don't have any home ports of Red Earth. Excuse me. Yeah, but yeah, if there's any fan games or whatever, if they're any good, I'll check them out. I mean, I don't like every game under the sun, so, you know, only if I'm interested in it will I play it, but, yeah, I don't mind doing that. We play some retro games now and then, but I guess we're finishing Dark Souls this Sunday? I don't know. Whatever. I'm at the end, I think. I opened that last door, I guess I'm ready to go? I don't know. Tim's telling me I got other shit to do. I don't know what's going on. We'll figure it out, but I don't mind, like, splitting it up so we play a little something at first, and then do something later too. So that's alright. But yeah, it's a discussion better for the Discord. So hop in there if you want to continue that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, I'm gonna go and take some migraine medicine and then go lay down again. But thanks everybody again for hanging out. It was fun. I liked it. Good questions and good discussion this time. A lot of good stuff. A lot of in-depth things. So. I guess that's it, so have yourselves a good one, and scrub out.